Okay. All right. Well, first thing I want to say is welcome back. Second thing I want to say is I forgot to actually, I put the hair product in my hair, and then I just forgot to actually reach for my brush. So let me just real quick. This has become a hairstyling stream all of a sudden. Um, Come on, I got one little lock here that just doesn't want to go back. Whatever, good enough. Okay. Back to what I was saying is welcome back, because it's been quite a while, actually. I think this is the longest I've ever gone without streaming. Because if you remember, last time, I think it was last time on. Let me fact check myself here. Maybe it has been too long because I don't remember the last time I actually streamed. Okay, yeah, I think that was for one, that was a Saturday stream, which is unusual for me. But Mother's Day was coming up, and I just didn't feel like streaming on that day. It wasn't like last year when I had some sort of cool idea for a Mother's Day stream where I did a nice painting for my mom or whatever. This time I really didn't have anything, and secondly, on top of that, I very suddenly came down with strep throat, and so between the symptoms and One Piece just being on break for a while, I've been gone. But we're back on now, and feeling good, sort of. I'm still not really at 100%, though not necessarily because of the strep throat. If it seems like my eyes are bloodshot and I'm a little freaked out, it's because right before the stream started, I went ahead and popped my contacts in, and it was a little fresh, a little spicy. I think maybe I still had some soap on my fingers, or maybe some residual hot sauce. Which, by the way, yeah, and I did just have some hot sauce in my burger. So if I'm acting like I've been recently maced in the face, that's why. So, pardon me for that. Got a little runny nose, got a little bit of the coughing and the running and the burning and the... So, man, we got a lot of ground to cover. I don't really know where to start even. Just a little shorts oddity that I noticed. It has to do with Daily Dose of Internet, which I know a lot of people like to do reactions of Daily Dose content on their channels. I do not. Just because I don't know what's going to be in it, and those are just the types of videos that I prefer to watch at my own pace. Because, I don't know, sometimes there are just clips I don't want to watch, especially if it's something really cringe, like somebody falling down or making an embarrassment of themselves in public. But there's this new one. Plane engine starts falling apart, if you've ever seen this episode. Just a little bit of a controversy to it. And that's probably surprising to hear, considering Daily Dose is probably the one of the least controversial channels on YouTube. Usually his videos are pretty wholesome, but this time he got caught lacking, because there was this clip that was in the original version of that video. If you watch it now, it's quite a bit different. And if you look at the comments, it's probably a little bit confusing, but he made this post that says, Just remove a clip from today's video out of respect. I had no idea one of these clips had someone dying. I have a small team that helps me make these videos and does research on these videos. So I'll have discussion, with them tomorrow to find out how we miss this and make sure it doesn't happen again. So yeah, Daily Dose, he doesn't do stuff like that. Like, he'll show like crazy goof ups or accidents or something like that, but they will almost always say, just right down in like the little corner of the video, it'll say nobody was hurt, or he'll say nobody was hurt, something like that. So he's not really the type of guy to like profit off someone's suffering, but this time it slipped his notice. He didn't get the whole story. Where there was this accident with a Mexican naval ship, which, by the way, I don't know about you guys, but I didn't even know that there was a Mexican Navy, so that's news. Yeah, apparently they were in the middle of some sort of maritime ceremony, and then they accidentally crashed into, I think it was the Golden Gate Bridge, with tragic consequences, unfortunately. And people picked up on this, and they're like, hey, whoa, this is not what I had signed up for. Like, I don't come to Daily Dose for stuff like this. What is going on here? And it was really a mixed bag of reactions. Some people were understanding. They thought to themselves, it's probably a mistake. He'll probably go back and change it. And then other people came down on him real hard. Like, how could you do this? This is horrible. How could you profit off the tragedy of these poor people? You're awful. And, when I watched it and didn't notice anything wrong, because I'm not really that keen-eyed, and then I went down and I looked at the comments and they pointed out what was wrong, I thought to myself, this is probably either going to get changed or just taken down altogether. And he's probably going to have to, like, come out to the public and say something about it. And sure enough, and just looking at the comments here, it looks like he's gotten quite a bit of support. People saying, "Hey, man, it's cool. Mistakes happen. Nobody's perfect." But I can't guarantee that everybody's going to be like that, because the internet and humanity in general just really pretty unforgiving. Which, by the way, text. We're not reading the new One Piece yet. We got other stuff to talk about. What should I put? What's like a catch-all? Because I'm only going to talk about this a little bit. I'm just going to put Daily Dose and Devil May Cry. A little bit of a teaser for what I'm going to talk about next. But yeah, I don't necessarily know if Daily Dose is going to recover from this. I mean, who am I kidding? He's definitely going to recover from this. This will blow over. Most people will just forget about it because it's just a flash in the pan, little controversy. But yeah, it was pretty surprising. Caught me off guard, and I just it's tough. It's tough to see how unforgiving people can be, where they'll never accept apologies. You could never prostrate yourself before them enough. Just any little thing, and they will never, ever, ever let it go. Definitely experienced that in my daily life. But enough trauma dumping. It's time to talk about a little something else that's been going on with Devil May Cry. Now, I had this idea for a video where I was going to talk about like five things wrong with the new Devil May Cry anime. Top 5 things that are wrong. Top 5 reasons why it failed. Whatever. But then I got strep throat, and I didn't want to do it in that state. I wanted to try and give my best. Honestly, I wanted to update my equipment, which, by the way, hopefully, this will be my last stream with the old busted hardware, old busted mic, old busted camera. By the way, I just checked Twitch real quick before starting to make sure that everything was a-okay, and without the mic muted, I could hear like the nasty little like squeaky, squealy sound of a not too great mic. Maybe I gotta play with the settings or whatever, but that's pretty bad. And I know no one wants to hear that noise, that literal noise. But I got the new mic. I showed it off a little bit in a previous stream, and with a little playing and a little finagling, I think I'm gonna be able to make pretty good use of it. Before, it just seemed super intrusive, but then I adjusted it a little bit, and it's okay. It's still not great, but it's passable. It's not totally like blocking my view or like poking me in the face like it was before. Man, what was I saying? Oh yeah, this idea that I had for a video, it had to kind of sit on the back burner for a little bit because I just could not. I didn't have the strength in my body or in my voice to do something like that, and I really wanted to give my best. And so after this long wait, I thought to myself, is this video even is this worth doing anymore? Is this worth talking about anymore? I felt like it had been so long since the anime had come out that I missed my chance to strike while the iron was hot. But then, bit of a change. Adi Shankar came out with this this interview that he did, and it's right here on his channel, Adi Shankar, and it is that is a big chunky interview. It's 2 hours and 50 minutes long. Not gonna watch the whole thing, ain't no way, but a lot of people picked up on this one little tidbit, and and if you want to learn, if you want to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, you are free to check that out. Whoops. That's for later. That's for later. Yeah, thankfully it wasn't something really embarrassing. That just threw me off my game. Yeah. People picked up on this little tidbit where he talks about how when he first signed on to make the new Devil May Cry anime, way back in like 2018, the news had not yet broken that there was going to be a Devil May Cry 5, and so he lets it slip that when the word got out, he was actually mad about it. I know, right? Like, and this is a guy who says, "Oh, I'm passionate about Devil May Cry. I love this franchise." But then Devil May Cry 5 comes out, the savior of the whole franchise. DMC is back. That was the whole pitch. That was the slogan. DMC is back. Oh my gosh, it's so hype. And this guy, he says that he's mad because that took the spotlight away from what he was trying to do. He said that he wanted to be the one to bring Devil May Cry back. It was like the franchise was dead at the time, and he was going to breathe new life into it, and it was going to be awesome. But then Devil May Cry did it instead, and so he feels like he got kind of screwed over because it took away from what he was trying to do, and that is such, oh my gosh, that is such textbook narcissism right there. Like, I'm sorry to tell you this, Adi, but you do not love Devil. Actually, let me just go ahead and do this real quick. I think the best summary that I could give you is to just flip. What? Hold on a second. I thought I left a comment on this video. I expected to just pop in and it would be like right at the top. Where did my comment go? Maybe if I just go over to my channel and then or is it YouTube Studio? I don't remember. There's got to be like a history thing, right? History comments. Oh, did he make 2 videos on the same thing? Is that what this is? Hold on a second. No? I don't know what happened. It wasn't showing up before. It's showing up now. But there's this one VTuber that I watch. Rev Says Desu, great channel. Love the guy. Love his content. But this is my comment. I said, skill issue. If your anime is good, then you don't need to worry about anything taking the spotlight from you, especially if the anything in question is a 6-year-old game. Which, like, yeah. This anime, like I said, dude signed on to do it back in 2018 before Devil May Cry 5 was announced. It's been way too long to put out an 8-episode anime where it's like 30 minutes a pop. Like, wow. So not only did it take too long, but you know, it finally did come out, and it felt like the guy just kind of wasted his time. It really does feel like Uzumaki all over again, where we waited too long and got really nothing for our time. And because he took so long, that whole excuse of like, oh, Devil May Cry took the spotlight away, that really doesn't hold water. It's not a hot new thing. It's not recency bias that, oh, Devil May Cry 5's out and everybody's talking about that. Like, no. If Devil May Cry 5 is still being talked about, that's because it's good. It's not because it's recent. But going back to my little comment, it says, also, poor decision to claim you love and are passionate about Devil May Cry. But then, oh, I forgot to capitalize cry. But by the way, I know, you don't have to say, I know that the title for the YouTube stream is spelled incorrectly. I know. I believe it's I made a better Final Fantasy set than Wizards. So, sorry about that. If you go over to Twitch, then you'll see the title spelled correctly, because I noticed it. In between firing up that stream and naming that stream. But okay, I know. I'll change it later. But yeah, poor decision to claim you love and are passionate about Devil May Cry, but then you say that you're mad about Devil May Cry 5 coming out when it was the game that not only revived the franchise, but gave it back the dignity that the last reboot took away, and is the salvation for the franchise that you tried to be and failed. Even if some people have nitpicks about the game, fans still love it just on that principle alone. Adi doesn't love Devil May Cry. He loves himself. DMC was just his chance to look like a big hero and feed his ego. That's what this is. It's narcissism. He wanted to use Devil May Cry to prop himself up, to look like a big man. Oh, Adi Shankar to the rescue. He saved Devil May Cry. So disingenuous. And I don't believe him for a second when he says that he's passionate about Devil May Cry and that he loves it. I'm like, no. In a way. And I happened to pause on this really, really faulty straw man argument right here. Let me pull that up. Devil May Cry fans, when the Netflix non-canon adaptation doesn't follow the game's lore perfectly. No, I'm sorry, sir, but that is not what this is about. It's not that the non-canon anime doesn't follow the lore. It's that it does not measure up to the lore. If you're going to change something, change it in a way that is as good or better than what came before it. That is the problem. You know, they changed it to where now all of a sudden Lady doesn't mind being called by her first name. Even though, as far as I can tell, her backstory is largely the same, where her scumbag dad ruined their family and sacrificed her mom in like a horrible demonic blood ritual, and he turned into this awful demon guy. And I just, like, I don't get it. Why is that different now? Like, why? There has to be some purpose. You know, things don't just happen. Someone made a creative decision, so you got to ask, like, why? Why does it not bother her now to be called by her real name, her government name? I don't get it. That was just like an opportunity for storytelling, an opportunity to tell more about this character, and it's just it's tossed aside. That opportunity is left on the table. I don't get it. I don't get why it's changed to where the Kalina Ann is now apparently like a special issue weapon from her little anti-demon task force. But it's still called the Kalina Ann, even though that's the name of her dead mom. Like, did her little task force name it Kalina Ann? And that was just a big coincidence? Like, I don't know if it's ever called by name. But you see the big KA on the case for the weapon. And similarly, I don't know if Lady is ever actually called Lady in that entire anime. So, that's dumb. I don't get why these anime apologists think that we're not allowed to compare and contrast. We're not allowed to say, hey, we prefer the way it was done in the games. Like, it's just the same chant over and over that we got to take it on its own merits. It's non-canon. It's like, that's not an excuse for it to be crappy. And so that's what I wanted to talk about a little bit. I got it on my phone. Want to jot this down. And by the way, I texted my friend Jaron to see if he was gonna show up, because I wasn't sure if he was available. It is Memorial Day after all, which, by the way, yeah, happy summer. And I want to talk about that a little bit. You know, summer's on, and so we got our Mountain Dew Livewire back. It's been a while. I missed it. I've talked about it on stream before, but for anyone that doesn't know, I actually do have a bit of an emotional attachment to Mountain Dew Livewire because I do still have fond memories of when it was a summer exclusive flavor and just having awesome times going to the water park with my parents, sipping on Livewire, floating at the bottom of the pool, hearing the muffled sound of The Reason by Hoobastank blasting its way through the water. Good times. And now that summer's on, my work schedule has changed a little bit. Don't want to go into it too much. I don't like talking too much about my work on stream because you never know who's going to get upset. You never know what it was that you weren't supposed to talk about until it was too late. But hopefully, this will give me more time to focus on the channel, to spruce up the presentation, to get all the new hardware and the new software going, to do more editing. You know, that's always been the hope, really. I'm trying to find a better balance between my life here with the channel and then my life beyond the channel, because this, I know it doesn't seem like it maybe, but the channel is very important to me. It's been a very fulfilling creative endeavor, and I have big dreams, big visions, big plans. It's just stuff that's had to be postponed over and over and over again. Technical issues, sudden tragedies, illness, changes in my daily life, all sorts of stuff. And I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm making excuses. You know, if you don't want to hear it, I can't blame you. But you know, if you would just bear with it, I'll promise you that there's big stuff in the future for this channel. And thanks to anyone who is still watching, anyone who is supporting us in these trying times. I say us, you know, like the royal we, right? This is pretty much just a one-man show. I'm the guy who does all the thumbnails and the graphic design, which I figure once I get the new stuff, I'm going to also make a new overlay, because I've been meaning to do that. But I want to get a digital drawing pad. And that's tough because they are so expensive. So expensive. Again, not trying to be an e-beggar, not saying anyone needs to support me financially. It's up to me to just be financially responsible and afford this the way that I can't, because this isn't all it is. I've got other jobs. I've got a whole life outside of this, and I just got to be responsible. And I gotta turn the fan on. I'm getting hot. Whew. Which, by the way, the heat has been insane. This might be the hottest year I've ever endured, and the summer's only just getting started. So, my job has new work for me. Hopefully, it takes me to a place that's like nice and air conditioned, because it's been tough. But what was I gonna say? What was I about to talk about? Let me close this, because having this staring me in the face the whole time that I'm trying to talk, a little distracting. Alright, close that, close that. We're not talking about that anymore. Close that. That. But, okay, now close that. So I just made like a little list of like the top 5 things that I thought were wrong with with the Devil May Cry anime. I affectionately call it Flicks May Cry. And And hold on a second. Yeah, I figured I'd do that, and then I talk about like the main subject of the stream, which is checking out um, Square's not Square Wizards' new Final Fantasy set, and then comparing it to the one that I cooked up because I've been working on that lately. I've said that I've wanted to work on it. I've officially started work on it. It's still a long way to go, but I was able to cook up like a little sample platter of some of the ideas that I'm working on for this fan-made set. And I've been cooking. I've been cooking hard and fast because these spoilers for the Final Fantasy set, they're just rushing in like a tidal wave, and I've been checking them out, and I'm like, man, I really got to work on my own set because like this is kind of stealing my thunder. What, like, I don't want to drop my fan made Final Fantasy sets after Wizards already dropped their own. I feel like that would really, I don't know, defeat the purpose. So I'm trying to race him, trying to beat him to the punch, because this is something that I've been working on for quite a while, actually. I can't remember because it's been that long now. I can't remember which came first, the chicken or the egg. Whether I initially thought about making a Final Fantasy set, and then Wizards announced their own a long time ago, or not even really announced, just like I think there was like a leak that they were gonna work on a Final Fantasy set, and then that then inspired me to start workshopping my own set. Because the idea of a Final Fantasy MTG set is not new. I mean, these Final Fantasy's been around for a long time. Magic the Gathering's been around for a long time, and so I think fans of both have been thinking for a long time, what would it be like? And so I'm sure I'm not the first person to cook up their own fan-made Final Fantasy-based MTG cards, but I might be the first to do it to this scale, because I've got, if I just pull that up on my little memo app here, yeah, my own fan-made Final Fantasy set, and it's not really showing up great on screen, but I've got hundreds of cards that I've workshopped, and I already did it a little bit last time when Wizards did like a stream showcasing some of their stuff. But it'll be fun to kind of compare what they cooked up to what I had kind of predicted a Final Fantasy set would or should be like. And, there's no real way to prove that, I did it first. You just got to take my word for it. But this is something that I used to do a lot at my old job, because there was a lot of downtime. It was a delivery job, and there just wasn't a lot for delivery drivers to do when nobody was calling in. So a lot of what I did was just like whip out the Memo app on my phone and workshop sets, waiting for a new delivery to come in. So I've got ideas for a Final Fantasy set, a Blast Airbender set, again before Wizards announced that they were doing their own, so I'm gonna have to work on that too before they start dropping spoilers for that. Although I think that's like way in the future. I think this is gonna be like 2026, 2027. So I got a little more time there. I've got a One Piece MTG set that I want to make. I know One Piece has its own, card game now, but I've actually heard that it's not doing very good. And then a Power Rangers set because Power Rangers is Hasbro, Wizards is Hasbro. It's should go together like peanut butter and chocolate. And yet every time I bring the idea up to other people, they just poo-poo all over it. Like, no, that's dumb. I wouldn't buy that. Power Rangers and Magic the Gathering, get out of here. But no, I'm faithful. I believe in my idea for a Power Rangers MTG set. I think they have a place, and I'm willing to bet that at some point they're gonna announce it. So we'll see. But is chat working? I've got my multi-chat up on the screen. I gotta check and see if anybody is like is trying to chat, because it was 3 or 4 streams ago. I got done dirty, where multi-chat is supposed to show me chat from everything, but then when I went over to Twitch, I saw that someone had chatted, and I totally missed it, and I felt really bad about it. Seems like everything is okay. Actually, I think if you just pull up Twitch, it doesn't go back and like show you old chat. So I don't think that works. There we go. Hey, Jaron, what's up, man? Yeah, I was just about to talk about like my top 5 reasons why the new Devil May Cry anime was messed up. Number 5, the soundtrack. Like, considering Devil May Cry 5 considering Devil May Cry is famous for its soundtrack, how could you do us dirty like that, man? And it's not even like I hate the music that they chose. It's just the way that it's used. It's so cringe, so like 2007 era AMV with like American Idiots or Limp Bizkits with Rollin'. Like, that's the theme song, really. And maybe the one time that they used a recognizable track from the games, they totally screwed it up. They used Devil Trigger, which is Nero's theme for when Dante, pulls his Devil Trigger, and like that's all wrong. You can't take one person's theme and use it for someone else. Just and it really just threw off the whole vibe of the anime. Like, it just felt alien. Like, it was so distracting. It totally took you out of it. It did not feel like Devil May Cry. It felt like some teenage fan's strange alien idea of Devil May Cry. And yeah, it is, man, it is Johnny Young Bosch voicing Dante, so it's weird. Maybe they did that to make him feel more at home. I don't know. But number 4, the character design. This is not something you can be caught lacking on, because Devil May Cry has super strong character design. Pretty much from the beginning, Dante was just so iconic. Everything about the way that he looked and the way he carried himself was awesome. But you met Johnny again at MomoCon. Signed your Devil May Cry 5 copy, so I've got Dan and Johnny's. Just need... Yeah, me too. Hold on a sec. I gotta... I got my little Devil May Cry cube going on here, which, you know, just as a little aside, right? I've got the HD collection for PS4 here, and the Devil May Cry 5 soundtrack. I'll probably get if I ever run into Ruben, I want him to sign the HD collection. He also asked about, that's hype. He asked you about your animation. So, yeah, just a little aside from this, by the way. Amazon has done me so dirty so many times. I have learned the hard way. Do not ever, under any circumstances, turn to Amazon for your collectibles. Because they do not deliver. Figuratively and literally. They do not deliver. Every time it's the same thing. They promise that it'll show up on some distant date, and then the date comes and nothing shows up, and they're like, oh, and now it's projected to arrive at this date, and then it shows up, or the date shows up, and they're like, it's running late with no new date, no ETA, no nothing. It's just late, and it'll show up at some undetermined time, and that's happened over and over and over again. I just want to go ahead and, like, real quick, pull up my Amazon history and look at all the times that they did me dirty. So, I ordered a Death Note, like the actual Death Note, which, now I regret getting rid of the cool little prop Death Note that I used to have, because that would have gone real nice in my little cube here. So I ordered a new one. Didn't show up. Ever. Of course, looking at it now, like, the little cube here is already pretty chock full. There's not really room for anything else there, so I'm not really crying too much about that spilled milk. But the color version of Scott Pilgrim and the Infinite Sadness to round out my Scott Pilgrim cube that's way over there never showed up. Never, ever, ever. I don't know what it is about Scott Pilgrim and the Infinite Sadness. I have, like, a weird history with that, where the copy that I have, like the non-color copy, got scuffed because I was reading it while on vacation at, like, a beach house, and then I made a mistake. I tried to go down a flight of stairs in the dark and fell down, and I braced my fall with Scott Pilgrim and the Infinite Sadness, so the cover's kind of scraped up. Didn't replace it, though, because now it kind of has sentimental value. I can look at that little scrape and just remember those good times. That was a really good year for me. I had a lot of fun on that vacation and just in that year in general, going to, like, San Francisco back when California was, not so inhospitable. But, yeah, ordered the color version, never showed up. The Guyver figure never showed up. And what I'm talking about right now, you see I got it all set up with, like, a little space for the Dante figure that's supposed to show up. Didn't show up. Nope, nothing. And so I've had to call for refunds coming up to, let's see, how much was the Guyver figure? I don't even remember. It was not an insignificant amount. It doesn't show it anymore, but I think it rounds up to, like, $200 of stuff that I've had to refund. And then I just go over to eBay and order it from them, and then it shows up no problem. Although the Dante figure that I ordered, tracking's finally available, and it says it's not supposed to show up until June 26th. It's May 26th right now. How can you justify that? That is an outrageous amount of time to wait. Like, this ain't the old days of, around the world in 80 days. Like, come on. Why has it got to take so long? What, are you, like, transporting it by horseback? What is this? Anyway. Yeah, the the character design in the anime is just so screwed up. I just think back to the scene where you see all of the different devil hunters all rounded up, which, by the way, they did like a quick Lucia cameo and then she doesn't show up ever again. Like, why? That was one of the stronger character designs, which, like, more on that a little bit. But yeah, I just remember looking at this menagerie of original characters and none of them gripped me in any way. They don't pop. There's no appeal, like, no nothing really. Like the vice president character just looked kind of dumb. I think the only original character designs that I can think of that were not just out and out terrible were Dante, which, you know, that's not saying a lot. Like, he still takes a lot of cues from just normal Dante character design, just little tweaks here and there. His Devil Trigger is pretty cool looking, actually. You know, not amazing though. And then the White Rabbit, and even in the case of the White Rabbit, he doesn't stay good looking. He gets like that big roided out demon design, and he's got pink skin and green hair. Like, no, I wasn't gelling with that at all. And then the only character designs that did hold up were just, you know, copy pasted from other things. Like, Lady and her little anti-demon task force, they were all like cosplaying as Captain Commando. And I'm pretty sure that's the whole reason why the Rogues Gallery for that anime is mostly just old demons from throughout the Devil May Cry series. Is just they didn't want to put in the effort. And so they just took all these various iconic creature designs from all over the series and took them out of context and then put them together and then just tried to do it like that. And, like, either they were unchanged or they were changed for the worse. Echidna, the way they scaled her down to now be like super duper, like, tiny, like she's only slightly bigger than anyone else, but when you compare it to her in Devil May Cry 4, where she's absolutely colossal, like, that to me is shows a clear lack of imagination in terms of writing the scenario, where they just didn't want to bother with coming up with a way for this gigantic serpentine creature to be in the same scene as everyone else when she can't even fit in most buildings. So they just made her smaller, and that seemed really dumb to me. And obviously, the most egregious design change ever: putting heads on Agni and Rinja's shoulders. What were they thinking? They completely missed the appeal of those character designs. Especially since when you look at their swords, they still look like they have the little shrunken heads on the pommels of their swords. What's up with that? And you gave them Cockney accents for no real reason. They absolutely ruined those characters and those character designs. They were awful. And that's not something that I think any Devil May Cry fan is really enjoying, because for the short time that they're around, they're just so iconic. Reason number 3 is that Dante, he's not the main character. I really don't know how this happened. Just somewhere along the line in writing, the plot just totally jumped the rails, and So Dante, he really winds up feeling like a sidekick in his own story. It's more focused on Lady and her own little journey about overcoming her prejudices and whatnot. And that's fine. I liked that angle when they did in Devil May Cry 3, but it was not so overbearing that it totally eclipsed what was going on with Dante. Like, it's Dante, the sole proprietor of the titular Devil May Cry devil hunting business. It's supposed to be about him. They really should have just billed this as just a spin-off that focuses more on Lady. If they wanted to tell a story about Lady, they should have just done that. And it probably would not have bothered nearly as many people. Although, as far as writing Lady, oh golly, that has its own host of problems, because the number 2 reason that I think Flicks May Cry totally dropped the ball, the dialogue. So, I hate to say it, it's hard to really put into words, but it's cringe. It really is. It's cringe. It's try hard. It's lots of swearing for no reason. It's just dumb. Not at all like how people really talk. No. And I get that it's fiction, it's fantasy, it's dramatic, so you have some artistic license with the writing, but you can only push that so far before people just start checking out and shaking their heads and being like, no, this is dumb. And then finally, the number one reason, the kiss of death, frankly, for the Devil May Cry anime, I think, is the politics. I have no idea why people keep thinking it's a good idea to shove politics into Devil May Cry. Like it's a great platform for your ridiculous, lukewarm takes on politics. No, absolutely not. And I always hear people say it, all art is political. No, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to correct you on that. That is not true, or at the very least, it's not accurate. Not all art is political. All art is expressive. At the center of all creative ventures, however vapid and cynical and corporate they may be, there is almost always some small kernel of truth, personal truth, something that the person writing the series or movie or game wants to say, something they think is important that they want to put out to the world, something that they think people need to hear. And for Devil May Cry, a lot of the games are about just simple, universal moral stories that are timeless, that anyone can relate to. But in both of these reboots, DMC Devil May Cry and now the new anime by Adi Shankar, they turn into these politically charged, socially critical, just slop, really. And it feels super dated. Like, just thinking back on DMC Devil May Cry, I felt like that game was dated when it was new. And same thing here. Like, it's this, like, all of a sudden Devil May Cry is about, like, all sorts of weird stuff, like open border policy and and to be clear, it is not that I disagree with whatever political message is going on in this anime. That's not what it is. What bothers me is that there is any political message at all. Because to me, it just feels absolutely alien to Devil May Cry. It has no place in the series. And I'm tired of people misappropriating this franchise and trying to turn it into some sort of mouthpiece for, again, just whatever ludicrous take that they've got. I say ludicrous. I shouldn't say that. It's not. Again, this isn't about me disagreeing with their take. It's that I don't want to hear any take of any kind in Devil May Cry. That's not the thing. That's not me. Me personally, I'm a pretty apolitical guy. It's not something that I try to think about. If it doesn't affect me personally, I don't want to devote any brain power to it. I've already got more than enough going on in my own little world without worrying about what's going on with everybody else. So I really don't want that being brought in by this anime that's just supposed to be Devil May Cry. Usually, to me, Devil May Cry is about again, just simple morals. You know, the value of humanity and what it means to be human, and you know, whether or not it's like a criticism of the classic, you know, Faustian deal. What are you willing to give up in exchange for power? Will it be worth it? That kind of thing. But that's not what we got. You know, 6 years? Let's see, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So it's been 7 years. Yeah, don't you like that? I learned how to count. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to me, but for some reason, my mind for arithmetic has just been fried in my old age. I used to be so much sharper at it. And I took my calculus classes. It's almost like to fit calculus in my brain, I had to push all the old math knowledge out, and so now I struggle with like basic addition. 7 years waiting for this anime, and at no point did anybody stop the writers and say that this is a bad idea. They had so many opportunities, so much time to course correct, and they just didn't. It's rough. No, that's all I really want to say about that subject. Now I wanted to talk about the new Final Fantasy set that's coming out, which turns out, by the way, that there are actually some new spoilers that just dropped. Yep, Monday, May 26th. So there's some cards here that even I have not seen, so we're going to be checking them out for the first time. We got another one of these tiered spells, restoration magic. So you got, let's see, for 1 white mana, you can get Cure. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. That's already pretty nice. I won't turn that down. So having that on top of some modality, I'll appreciate that. See, Cure. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible in a turn, and you gain 3 life. That seems less enticing. And then the last one is just the same thing again, but you gain 6 life instead. Which, okay, that's kind of I don't know. That's not something I would throw away mana on, really. That feels like something for late game, something you can just sort of sink mana into when you've got nothing better to spend it on. Okay, now it's getting cold, and I gotta turn my fan off. Fight On. Nice to have a card that's named after the battle theme for FF7. Let's see. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Pretty middling card. But this is bizarre. This shows Eris using some like healing magic, but then it's a black card. So it's like dark magic. No, weird. Combat tutorial. I gotta take a closer look at this art, because that is okay. Look at Titus's face and Lulu. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. Let's see what the text box says. Target player draws 2 cards, put +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. I don't know. That seems pretty mediocre. I don't know if I would spend 3 mana on that. Battle menu. That's bizarre. Ooh. It shows the battle in FF6 against Humbaba. And let's see, who do we got here? We got Terra, Gal, Cyan, and Realm. So this actually takes place quite a bit later. Like the earliest that you can get this fight is when you've got Edgar and Sabine and Celis. So I was just trying to pinpoint the exact point in time when the scene is supposed to be taking place. But let's see. Attack, create a 2/2 White Knight creature token. Ability, target creature gets +0/+4 until end of turn. Magic, destroy target creature with power 4 or greater or item you gain 4 life. Okay. I don't know. It's, again, kind of middling. I would almost never pick the last option. Magic seems okay. Abilities, pretty lame. That's not going to save you against any destroy effect, obviously. And then the part where you just make a White Knight creature token. I mean, that's okay. 2 for a 2/2 vanilla token. I won't turn that down. And then Midgar, City of Mako, which has 2 different versions, perplexingly. I was just curious if I clicked on it, if maybe there were different versions that show like a panorama. But let's see what Midgar does. It's another one of these weird town types, which it's weird. Maybe it's a little too early to say. Spoilers are still coming out, but I haven't actually seen a lot of cards playing on this new town type. They seem very token. But it's one of the ones that has an adventure, which is strange. So for 3, you may sacrifice an artifact or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. That's whatever, I guess. And then you can play it later from exile and enter tapped, and you can tap it for black. That's actually, I like that. I like Midgar being a land that taps for black. Somehow that makes sense to me, because it's like it's taking the life and souls and knowledge of the planet and then like converting it into some sort of dark, impure, corrupt energy. Okay, eject. Ooh, eject. Check that out. They're fighting the Midgar Zolom, which does indeed have an eject effect where like a character is just kicked out of battle. Can't be countered. Return target online permanent to its owner's hands. Draw a card. Ugh. That mana cost, though. I don't know about that. I don't know if I paid that much to bolt all this extra stuff onto Boomerang. It doesn't seem worth it. We've got this character Dion. Apparently he's from Final Fantasy 16. I don't really care about him. But then we've got these older spoilers, which I've seen a little bit of them. Not a whole lot. But let's see. We've got Ultima, which is a big deal. I don't know what is going on in this artwork, though. I suspect this is something from Final Fantasy 14 or one of the games I haven't played. Destroy all artifacts and creatures. End the turn. And as I understand it, having read the comments, this shuts down any death triggers. Like, they're just wiped off the stack before they resolve. Which is interesting. Weird card. It's a little too technical for me to play. I don't want to think too much about how a card works. I want to be able to just read it and understand what it does right away. But we got Black Waltz number 3, who looks absolutely awesome in this artwork, by the way. That is amazing. But it's a 2/2 wizard with flying and death touch, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, he deals 2 damage to each opponent. For that mana cost, and it's a legendary creature, I don't know. That seems kind of middling. I feel like you did him kind of dirty. Like, for this epic artwork, that's his effect for that cost. I don't know. We've got Balam Garden, which, not really a fan of Final Fantasy VIII around here. Quite the opposite. In fact, I thought that game was terrible. But you gotta admit, Balam Garden is a pretty iconic setting. I think it's super cool looking. Taps for green or blue, though. That's, I guess that makes sense. It's basically a school for mercenaries. So enters tapped, you can tap it for green or blue, and then for 7 and tapping it, you can transform it. Costs 1 less to activate for each other town you control. Okay. And then you transform it and it becomes this legendary vehicle where when it attacks you draw a card. Only crew 1 for a 5/4 flyer. This actually seems pretty good. I like that. I can dig on this. Clive's Hideaway. It has a hideaway ability, but that's like Final Fantasy 16. Not too worried about that. For anyone who doesn't know, by the way, I'm old school. I played Final Fantasies 1 through 10, and then 12, and then 15, because there was all the hype about 15. I have not played 11, 13, 14, or 16. Maybe someday, maybe on stream. But as of right now, I've not played them, and so I'm not really too into cards that are references to games that I haven't played. But, I played most of them, so I'm still getting a lot out of this. We've got Ninja's Blades. It's another one of these job select type equipment, so you get a free body out of it. That gets auto-equipped as well, so a quick creature gets +1/+1, is a ninja in addition to its other types, and has okay, so on sabotage, loot. The player, what? That player loses life equal to the discarded card's mana value. Interesting. This I could see going in my Death Shadow deck, because that deck also has, if you remember me showing it off in an earlier stream, also has Shadow of Mortality, which has an absolutely ridiculous mana value, but it's designed in such a way where you don't actually ever pay it. You would never pay the full amount for that card. So that's a great way to have something that's cheap in practice, but really plays off of stuff like this that synergizes with big mana value. I like this. I actually like that a lot. Let's see. Cargo Ship. 2/3 with flying and vigilance for 2. And you can tap it to add 1 colorless. Spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source. It has crew 1. I actually like this card. That's pretty spicy right there. I can dig on that. It's got a lot going on. I really like the idea of vehicles that still have value even when they're not being crewed. That's what will really sell me on really any vehicle. Let's see. We got Sleep Magic. When the star enters, taps an enchanted creature. Doesn't untap. When an enchanted creature is dealt damage, he sacrifices that art. You know what? That's probably fine. That is an acceptable caveat for getting that effect so cheap. And then we've got... Hold on. Let me... I'm going to do my best. Ride the shoe puff? That was terrible. Okay, it's an enchantment. Whenever a landing control enters, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Okay, that's fine. We've seen that effect before. Now for 7, this enchantment becomes a beast in addition to its other types. Not until end of turn. It's permanent. So, hey, that's not bad. I can dig on that. Ultros, Obnoxious Octopus. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature and opponent controls put a stun counter on it. If it was 8, put 8 +1/+1 counters on Ultros. Dang. Okay. That would synergize in a big way with stuff with like X in its cost. Which, by the way, this is like a whole archetype that they're working on as like big mana value stuff, payoffs, like big mana cost matters, that kind of stuff. It seems to be a big theme in blue and red. Let's see, we got Overkill. Target creature gets -0, -10,000 until end of turn. For 3 mana. I don't know about that. Don't know. I mean, this cuts right through Indestructible, so that's okay. And then Ignis Scientia. Oh, you know what they gotta do. Check out that text box. I've come up with a new recipe. You know that they had to have his signature catchphrase. So when he enters, look at the top 6. You may put a land from among them down tapped. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. And for 3 and tap, you can exile a card from a yard. If a creature card was exiled this way, create a food. Nice. I like this. We have Oko at home. Hope, and didn't play that game. Tella, Great Sage. 3/3, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a hero. Here's the archetype at play. If 4 or more was spent to cast it, draw 2 cards. If 8 or more was spent to cast it, sacrifice Tella, and it deals that much damage to each opponent. 8 or more, I should say. Okay. Wait, how come Hope is here twice? What's the difference? Like, these look like the same art. A lot of the same card printed over and over. Van Street. You know what? I don't even feel like reading that. I really don't like Van, just as a character. So I'm not going to want to play his card no matter what. It could be the best card ever, and I don't care. Go-Go Master of Mimicry. You can. He's a 2/4 for 3. Look at his creature type, Wizard. So it's not even confirmed that he's a human. For 2x and tap, you can copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied and X can't be 0. Hold on a second. I gotta mute my mic for a second. Okay. That's pretty cool. I can think of some uses for that. I've got a mill deck that has a really epic activated ability buried somewhere in it. It's Jace's Archivist. Wow. Actually thinking about what it would be like to copy that any number of times, insane. And then the Regalia, of course. Freaking love the Regalia. Is it weird that the Regalia feels like more of a character than a lot of the actual characters in Final Fantasy 15? Like, spoilers for Final Fantasy 15, but when the Regalia upload up, or even when it just got stolen for a little bit, like, that roused me in a way that I just did not even remotely feel for Lord Regis. You know, the main character's dad died, and it was not as emotionally moving as a car dying. That feels like a writing fumble. I don't know about that. Like, if I had to choose between saving the Regalia and saving I don't even remember Worst Boy's name. Gladio. If I had to choose between saving the Regalia and saving Gladio, I would choose the Regalia and use it to run over Gladio. Just finish the job. I really don't like that character. So, and of course, Gladio has his own magic card now that I will never, ever, ever, ever play, no matter how good it is, because I really, really don't like Gladio. I thought he was the worst character in that game, but let's see. 4/4/4/4 with haste. Crew 1. Whenever attacked, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land card. Put it onto the field tapped and the rest on the bottom in a random order. For a legendary vehicle, that feels very bland. I'm not vibing with that in a big way. I don't know. But it is the Regalia, though, so it is still just cool by default. Weapons vendor, which clearly that's like an FF7 remake thing. 2/2, when it enters, draw a card at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you control an equipment, you may pay 1. When you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. Okay. For 4, I don't know, affects whatever. I have an equipment deck, but I don't know, that's not very exciting. It's probably more exciting for people who play like Hammer Time or whatever. Reach the horizon. Search the library for up to 2 basic lands and or town cards with different names. Put them onto the field tapped and then shuffle. Okay, that's like the one bit of town synergy that I've seen that is not itself a town. So that's whatever. I suppose that's a good way to get Balam going. World map, and that's cute. It clearly shows the map for Final Fantasy 1. 1 and tap and sack this artifact. Search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. That's not very exciting. That's actually quite bad. Search for a basic land, and then you put it into your hand, and you paid like 2 for it. But 3 in tap and sack to search your library for any land and reveal it and put it into your hand. So, I don't know. It would have to be a really strong land. Vane's Treachery, don't care. I hated that game. I hate Final Fantasy 12. Lunar Whale. That is super cool looking. 4 for a 3/5 with flying. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. As long as it attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library. And it has Crew 1. For that cost, not too exciting. It's also legendary. I expect more. And my mouse is freaking out. A gold saucer, that looks cool. But it's got a coin flip effect. I'm not too hot on those. Task for colorless, 2 and tap and flip. If you win the flip, create a treasure. 3 and tap and sack 2 artifacts, draw a card. Whatever. What? Prompto Argentum. So we got Best Boy here now. 2/2 haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell of at least 4 mana spent to cast it, create a treasure. I like that. I like the flavor on that specifically. But what I don't like is that it's called Selfie Shot, you know. You see right here, Ignacientia, they had the good sense to have his little catchphrase, but not Prompto. It's just called Selfie Shot. It should have been called Love the Lighting. Side quest Hunt the Mark. I'm not even going to read that. I hate Final Fantasy 12. Omega Heartless Evolution. I don't know what version of Omega that is, but it's looking pretty cool. I actually don't like this art. This is kind of messy looking. But it's an 8/8 for 7. It's green and blue for some bizarre reason. Why is it green? Like, to me, it's just a stone cold artifact creature. When it enters for each opponent, tap up to one target non-land permanent that opponent controls, but X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life, or X is the number of non-basic lands you control. That's some interesting synergy. I don't know how to feel about that. Maybe just because I don't normally run a lot of non-basic lands, but then, you know, I'm going to be playing with the precons, which are going to have all these towns on them, so I'm probably going to be running with more non-basic lands than I usually do. I don't play a lot of non-basic lands just because I live in fear of non-basic land destruction. And, hold on a second. Okay, now. Garnet. 2/2 for 2 with lifelink. Whenever she attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a +1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. That is actually pretty stinking strong. There are a lot of sagas in this set, but, I mean, just running sagas in general with this and getting this lifelinker super huge and getting more mileage out of all of your sagas and getting life at the same time, just everything about that, I dig it. I like their choice of towns for the most part. Like Gungaga that's really cute. The way that's red and green is really cute. I like that artwork. Guado Salam looks awesome. I love that. I love that it's green and blue. Something about that just makes sense to me. Same goes for Gon, the town of ruin. This was a really cool location. You basically make your own little secret base here in Final Fantasy V. Baron, ooh, look at that art for Baron with the red wings up in the sky in front of the artificial moon. Or is that the artificial moon, or is this the artificial moon? I can't remember which is which. I think this might actually be the artificial moon, but that is really cool looking. Taps for blue or red, really. Baron does, and not Vector. You see Vector down here, and Vector looks awesome, but that taps for black or red, which seems kind of weird. Traino tapping for blue and black. That's really cool. It is the City of Thieves. Windurst. Never heard of it. The first Star Sibyl gained the powers of the stars and moon at Full Moon Fountain. She found the stars. Where is this? This is not a location I've ever heard of. Insomnia Crown City. Taps for white or black. That's really cool. Oh, that is really cool looking. And there's the iconic tower design that now features in Quadratum in the Kingdom Hearts series. So there's gonna be cool stuff happening here, you know. Good old Tetsuya Nomura getting one last stab at, you know, the game he always wanted to make, Versus 13. Charleon, Nation of Scholars, not familiar with that location. Lock Cole. 2/3 Death Touch lifelink whenever. Okay, on Sabotage, loot. It's very simple. No, I actually like that. I like how simple and just straightforward that is. I dig that. He's got some good evasion and generates some nice value. over his lifespan. Stolen uniform. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. It's nice. It's flavorful. Kind of narrow though, but I feel like they cost it appropriately. It only costs 1 blue, and it's got the nice little text line down here. It's a little tight, but the price was right. Keykiern Merchants. I don't know what that's from, but it's freaking ugly looking creature design. Clash of the Icons. Haven't played Final Fantasy 16 yet. Slash of Light. The rare, very rare Final Fantasy 1 card. Slash of Light. Damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control to target creature. So straight up damage for whites, but based on things that are very whitish. You know, having lots of creatures and having lots of equipment. Not too excited about it. Jenova Ancient Calamity. That art is really sick. I like that. A 1/5 for 4. This text box better be freaking epic. The type line says alien. I wish it said alien shapeshifter, because that's really what she is. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of +1 counters equal to Jenova's power on up to one other target creature. That creature becomes a mutant in addition to its other types. So, referring to the virus, because Jenova is very John Carpenter's The Thing influenced. And whenever a mutant you control dies during your turn, you draw cards equal to its power. Okay, that's spicy. So it's just a matter of trying to get Jenova pumped up. Which, if you're playing green, it shouldn't be too hard. Joshua, I ain't played that. Snow, no. Edgar, King of Figaro. This is a good one. 4/5 for 6. Like, going back to what I said the last time I checked out these cards, creatures kind of feel underpowered. They don't have the bodies I would expect. And instead it feels like you're just mostly paying for the text box and paying too much at that. But when you interest draw a card for each artifact you control, that's pretty cool, actually. I dig on that. Also, I like his type line, Human Artificer Noble. The first time you flip one or more coins each turn, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. That's an interesting mechanic. So it synergizes with anything that requires you to come up heads. And even if you didn't call heads, if you called tails, it's just like whatever, you win anyway. Okay. Man, my hair looks awful. Yeah, that's but I don't run a lot of coin flipping, so that doesn't excite me too much. You know what else doesn't excite me? A-Tier and Pre-Win. First off, that is hard to say. I don't like that name. And for 6, an equip cost of 5, equipped creature is base power and toughness XX, or X is your life total. It's not even +X. And I don't know. Maybe I've just been traumatized. But I remember when I used to run Sarah Avatar because I thought that creature was just so unbelievably awesome. And it was a crash course on the fact that big bodies don't really matter in Magic. Bodies are only as good as the abilities backing them. Keyword abilities specifically. So without something like Lifelink or Indestructible or really anything evasive or protective, just having a big body Not worth it. Certainly not worth 11 freaking mana. That is... No. Ain't no way. And that's mythic rare. Come on. I'm sure someone will find a way to bust it. But not for me. No. No. Although there is a lot of equipment synergy. Maybe there's a way to play this for cheap and equip it for even cheaper. And maybe someone will find a way to make a use of this creature that has this big fat body. But it's not really catching my fancy at all. It's also not something I've ever heard of. It's got to be from just some game that I haven't played. When I first saw it, I was of the assumption that it was like the Paladin Shield. Or maybe the Paladin Shield and the Lightbringer. Ether. Flavor text says restores 20 MP. I wonder which version of Ether that is specifically. But you can tap and exile it to add blue. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. That's okay. A little expensive. Costs freaking 4. But then you get a mana back, and then you get to copy something. I don't know. Not too exciting. Ancient Adamantus. This, I've actually read this one before. It is absolutely bizarre. 8 for an 8/20 turtle with Vigilance and Ward 3. Damage isn't removed from this creature during cleanup steps. One of the very rare cards in the entire game that refers to cleanup steps. All damage that will be dealt to you and other permanents you control is dealt to this creature instead, and when it dies, exile and create 10 tapped treasure. Dang. And people are pointing out just if you have any way to make this indestructible. Or regenerate it in any way. Then it becomes kind of busted because, like, now everything you've got is protected. As long as you make sure he stays invincible and there's not some sort of, like, removal to get rid of whatever aura or equipment or enchantment or whatever that you use to make it indestructible. I don't know. I don't know about that. For 8 mana, this card feels like it promises a lot of what I'm not looking for by the time that I'm playing 8 mana creatures. You know, for 8 mana, I'm trying to win the game. But this is designed to be defensive up front. And if my enemy's got me on the ropes by the time I can play this creature, I don't imagine that I'm going to be able to spring back all of a sudden. Yeah, if this thing absorbs all damage coming my way, then it's really not actually going to be that long before it gets worn down. And then it gives you a bunch of treasure. If I can cast Ancient Adamantus, odds are I'm not really that hard up for mana. So having a temporary mana fix in the form of 10 treasure that you can't even use right away, they come in tapped. Not too exciting. I don't know about that. So, much like Final Fantasy 15 in general, pretty disappointing. Pretty disappointing and takes too long to show up. But we got Magitech armor, which is inexplicably white. Why? Magitech armor is a product of Vector, and Vector is evil. They're freaking evil. Like, look at those colors. It's black and red. The only color combination I think is more evil than that is blue, black, and red. So why is Magitech armor white? That doesn't make any sense. It's a 4/4 with crew 1, and when it enters, you create a hero. That is absolutely lame. Nothing about that is exciting at all. No, I'm sorry. We've got Crystal Fragments for 1. You get an equipment, equip creature gets +1/+1, and it has a equip cost of 1. That's lame. But for 7, you can exile it and return to the field transformed as a sorcery for Alexander, which is another one of these saga creatures, and good on them for deciding that for Alexander to use, the most iconic version of Alexander, the one from Final Fantasy IX, which is totally awesome, even though it only shows up once and you don't actually get to use it in combat. Like, that whole scene is just so stinking iconic. Okay, so 4/3. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn. You get 2 of those, and then on the third one, tap all creatures your opponents control. So, I don't know. Is that really worth, a total of 8 mana? I don't know. I'm not entirely feeling it. And I've got Lionheart. We got the rare Final Fantasy VIII card here. Only other one I've seen so far is Balam Garden. Which, where was that? That was way, way up there. There's some heavy bias. I don't know if you've noticed. And maybe it's naive of me to not expect it. But I already knew that the most popular and best selling Final Fantasy games were gonna get a bit of a skew in terms of the lion's share of how many cards are printed and also just in marketing. But this skew is massive, where there are tons of cards for 7 and 10 and 13 and 6 as well. And then some cards for everyone else, 1 through 5, 8 and 9, 11, 12, 13, 15 and 16. Maybe if you try real hard, you can kind of elbow your way in on all these other archetypes that are just focused on the games that are perceived to actually matter. Even though, by my count, Final Fantasy V is pretty hype. To me, that was actually the beginning of the Golden Age, so feels like it's getting kind of snubbed. Final Fantasy IX too, even though I have gripes with that game's gameplay. The story I thought was the best in the entire series. So, I don't know. Close to the best. I don't know. I'm actually kind of second guessing myself on that statement, because Final Fantasy VII, when it's good, it's really good, but that also has its faults. It's tough to pick a favorite. See, we've got a creature. I didn't even actually read Lionheart. So for 4 and a quick cost of 2, when it enters, it deals 2 damage to any target. A quick creature gets +2, +1. For Lionheart, the ultimate weapon in the game, that is astoundingly lame. Lionheart, if you don't know, Lionheart in FF8 is absolutely epic, because not only does it look cool and hit like a truck, it also unlocks Squall's ultimate limit break, which is one of the heaviest damage dealers, not just in FF8, but in the entire franchise in general. It is devastating. They try really hard to outdo Cloud's Omni Slash. So, Squall's ultimate limit break, which I believe is also called Lionheart, is just absolutely freaking devastating. I think it does 16 massive hits. So, this is not at all exciting. That is super underwhelming for this weapon. I can't believe I'm actually going up to bat for FF8, but I feel like they got done dirty here. And then we got Titus. He's white and blue, which I actually called that. Although this is not the only version of Titus. There's another one that's in Bant colors. But 2/1 for 3. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1 counter on him. Okay. That's okay. And whenever he attacks, tap target creature and opponent controls. See, that part is actually kind of close to what I wrote down here. We'll be getting to that after I read some more of this stuff. Balam T-Rexar. 6/6 for 6 with trample, but when it enters you gain 3 life, and it has force cycling too. So, Colossal Dreadmaw, eat your heart out. This is common too, by the way. Common. Colossal Dreadmaw is cooked. He is done for. Ambrosia Whiteheart, I've never heard of. Adelbert Steiner, another one of these commanders that is blissfully simplistic. He's just a 2/1 with lifelink for 2. I think it's +1 for +1/+1 for each equipment you control. I dig that. It's gloriously simplistic. We got Titan. I actually saw it earlier and I just forgot to read it, but he's a 7/7 for 5. He's one of these sagas. Number 1 is mill 5 cards. This is strange for a step. But on 2, you return all land cards from your yard to the field tapped. And that effect is cool. I don't know about bolting it onto this expensive creature that makes you wait. It is a 7/7 with reach and trample, though, so maybe I should hold my tongue. I actually didn't read his text box proper right away, so that is kind of spicy. And then 3, until end return, another target creature you control gains trample and gets +X/+X equal to the number of lands you control. Well, considering this is probably net you tons and tons of lands, that's actually pretty good. I like that. You know what? I've turned around on Titan. I dig this guy. And then we've got, ooh, yes, the crystals. See, now that I see these here, it's kind of coming together in my mind why the Dark Crystal was a legendary artifact, because now I see that it goes with all of what's going on here. Question is, which one is best? So just looking at it right here, they all have the same discount thing, and then they have a passive thing, and then an activated ability that costs 6. So, and I'm gonna have to scroll back down to see. Hold on, let me switch over here. Spoiler, blah 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 blah. Comments I don't care about. There. Paladins are... Why does that look like Undyne from Undertale? Anyway. Come on, man. Where is the Darkness Crystal? I wanted to look at that. There it is. Yeah, so it's the same thing. They all cost the same. They cost 2 of their color and then 2 generic. And they all get the thing where they discount their matching color. Wind Crystal says if you gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. Which... for 4 mana, that's not too exciting. But I happen to know there's another. Actually, I glossed over it because I'm not big into Final Fantasy 13. I haven't played it yet. But Hope S Time. This is actually, I forgot, this is the card that people have been talking about. 2/2 lifelink at the beginning of your end step. Each opponent mills X cards where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. That's pretty cool. I like that, actually. So that, with this, actually works. And also the Water Crystal. Just glancing over at this, if an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many cards plus 4 instead. So, you know, put that together with Hope, and you got yourself a tasty Megazord of just gaining massive amounts of life and absolutely ruining your opponent's deck. Dig that. Big fans of Mill around here. I know I've said that a few times, but like really, really like Mill. I know a lot of people don't. And all I gotta say about that is Skill issue. Too bad. Like Mill. I'm not even gonna pretend that Mill is good. Like, it's not that Mill wins. People just think it's annoying. But we gotta look at the activated abilities. So for 6 and tap, creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. That's actually pretty spicy. When you think about how you're gonna be gaining twice that much life, that's super powerful. And then for 6, every year, each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. For 6? Even with the thing where they mill 4 extra, that is not... I don't know about that. I would not be using that aspect of it at all, I think. Everything else about it is cool. Just that. I don't know. Fire Crystal. Creatures you control have haste. As far as like passive abilities go, that's really amazingly lame. That is absolutely not something I would spend 4 mana on. Red spells being cheaper is cool, I guess, but still, like, even with those two things put together, I don't know if I would spend 4 mana for that. 6 and tap to create a token that's a copy of target creature control second at the beginning of the next end step. That's... for 6, I don't know. Wait. Oh no, I was tripping up. Because I was about to point out that it doesn't... like, the creature token doesn't gain haste, but then I remembered, the first part where it says creatures you control have haste. So, that's the usual Kiki-Jiki, like, Splinter Twin thing where if you've got something that has, like, an awesome ability that you want to copy, that's big synergy with that, but it's kind of expensive. I don't know about that. And then the Earth Crystal, it doubles up +1 counters. And then 6 lets you put 2 +1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control, which obviously turns into 4. And then the Darkness Crystal. What was the Darkness Crystal thing again? When a non-token creature opponent controls will die, exiles instead, and you gain 2 life. If a creature an opponent controls would die. That's okay. And then 6 and tap to put target creature card exiled with the Darkness Crystal onto the field tapped under control with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. So, if I had to rank these, like, best to worst, I don't know. I feel like the Fire Crystal and the Earth Crystal are, like, definitely way down at the bottom. And then the Wind Crystal after that, and then the Darkness Crystal, and then the Water Crystal all the way at the top. Maybe that's a little bit of, bias speaking because I love blue and I love Mill. But that really is the way it feels for me. Let's see, we got more cards from games that I either didn't play or didn't like. Dwarven Castleguard has adorable artwork. It's a 2/1 for 2. But it does have, when this creature dies, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, so it does have a little bit of that Doomed Traveler bit to it. But that art's super cute. From father to son, search your library for a vehicle, reveal it, put it into your hand. If it was cast from your yard, put it onto the field instead, then shuffle. It costs 2, and then flashback is 7. Man, 7. But you get to cast it from your yard. I don't know how to feel about that one. I don't know, that's kind of a hard call to make. I do like the flavor, though. Let's see, Blitzball Shot. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. for 2. Pretty mediocre card. Side quest to play Blitzball. Oh, please. No, thank you. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if player was dealt... at the end... Sorry, that was tripping me up. At the end of combat on your turn, if a player was dealt 6 or more combat damage this turn, transform this enchantment, then attach it to a creature you control, and it turns into the dumbest ultimate weapon ever, World Champion Celestial Weapon, which is like... I never understood this. How do you hold this? That seems awful. Double Overdrive. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has double strike. Then it has equip 3. But when it transforms, you get to equip it for free. So... it's okay, I guess. I'm just not too excited because it just dredges up very painful memories of playing Blitzball. Okay, Haste Magic. Creature gets +3/+1. Gains haste until end of turn. It's got dumb Impulse. My eyes always glaze over at that because I don't like Impulse. I miss the old way that Red would draw cards, which is just rummaging. Coral Sword, that's cool. I like that artwork. And Coral Swords were always cool. It's got rare Final Fantasy V card. I could use more of those. But 1 red, equip 1. Okay, man. I'll see you later. I don't know how much you get out. I know that you haven't played nearly as many Final Fantasy games as I have. But, yeah, I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for tuning in. And make sure to I don't know what I'm saying. You don't play Magic the Gathering. I was just going to say, once I finish reading these spoilers, I'm going to whip out my own MTG set and see how it sizes up. See, when it enters attached to target creature control, that creature gains first strike until end of turn. A quick creative. We have Firebrand at home. Or what was it called? What was the famous... I don't remember. Oh, that's wrong. What was that? What it was called? I don't remember. Shoot, I don't remember. It was red, and it was equipment. Was it called Firebrand, or it was called? It was called Embercleave. That's what it was. We have Embercleave at home. So, Lindblum, that's nice. I like that. Let me pull that back up. Mage Siege. Oh, that's dark. Here's 0/1. This is like one of the recurring new token types. 0/1 Black Wizard. With whenever he has a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. And then it's got the thing where it enters tapped, and you can tap it for 1 colored mana. Queen Braun, I like that art. She's looking fabulous. So 2/1 Prowess. That's absolutely bizarre. Queen Braun is this corpulent old woman with blue skin who gets other people to do everything for her. I can't imagine Queen Braun, this hippo looking woman, squaring up. Bizarre. You gave her prowess. Okay? And then when she attacks, create one of these wizards. Okay. Strange card design for that one. A lot of these feel quite flavorful. They feel on point. But I don't know about Queen Braun. I feel like she is kind of lacking here. In terms of flavor, anyway. But we got Reno and Rude looking pretty sick. 2-1 for 2. Menace, as they should. They're human assassins. I like that. Whenever Rude and Reno deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library, then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exile card this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. Interesting. Huh. It's okay. I feel like the tiny body really screws it up. I could really go for like 2 extra toughness before I feel comfortable attacking with this. I pay 2 for that. Even with Menace, this guy isn't really that hard to block. I guess that's what you get for an uncommon legendary creature. I like the art for Syncopate. And we've seen Syncopate before, so I'm not going to read that. I can't remember. Did I talk about this? You're Not Alone. I love that there is a card based on this iconic scene that's named after the track that plays during the scene. And you see all the creatures that you fight during that scene, like the big Animantis and weird like mantis creature and everything, and everyone shows up. Like, I'm really feeling this. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4/+4 until end of turn. So that's actually pretty good. Instant speed, common, 1 mana. In most cases, it's going to be better than Giant Growth. I dig it. We've got Quina. Nice of the Final Fantasy IX cards to finally start showing up, by the way. So, if 1 or more tokens would be created under you, those tokens plus a frog are created instead. You can pay 2 and sack a frog to put a +1/+1 counter on Quina. That makes sense. I like that flavor. The Quina's looking pretty disturbing, though. That's kind of a hard card to look at. What? I just noticed this type line. Legendary creature Q. Really? You wouldn't call him like a frog. This is the one where you felt like you had to give him a unique creature type. It was, okay. I don't know, he's... You know what? No, I'm not feeling this card. Like, no keywords, you know. Just making tokens and getting a big body. Not too exciting. And it's tokens that trigger off of something else, so you would need other token effects to be online. Iceland. Inexplicably expensive. This is a common enemy in a Final Fantasy X, by the way. Common. And, my camera really needs to focus. Woo! Hello. There we go. That's better. I mean, camera's pretty crappy as it is. I don't need it losing focus on me. So for some reason, Ice Flame is ridiculously expensive, and it's a 5/4. And this is very clearly the Final Fantasy X version. I don't know why they made him so ridiculously powerful. Like, these guys are easy pickings in FF10. When it enters, tap target artifact or creature your opponent controls, put a stun counter on it, and it's got Island Cycling 2. Okay. Maybe this guy's supposed to be part of a cycle with the Balam T-Rexar or whatever it's called. What? Yeah. What a weird pick. We got the poo-poo UFO. Man, what a pull. 0/4 for 2. But he does fly. You can tap to put a land card from your hand onto the field. Any land. untapped. You can pay 3 and until end of turn this creature's base power becomes equal to the number of towns you control. Okay. You wanna, like, refresh my memory on Walking Atlas? Walking Atlas. Walking Atlas also costs 2. And it's a 1/1. Has the same tap ability. Doesn't have this part. And it doesn't fly. I'm going to go ahead and say this is pretty strong. I like that. Like it a lot. It's a solid blocker for what you pay for. And then once it's blocked, you can tap that to get an extra land. Any extra land. Untapped. So, I mean, if you really want to, if you want to get crazy, if you want to get nuts, you can fly in a land on your opponent's turn for some surprise mana, then tap it, and bam, all of a sudden you've got a combat trick that you couldn't play before. And I wouldn't see it coming. This is very clearly meant to synergize with towns, though. And most towns come into play tapped anyway. So, in terms of a limited format, that's a tough sell. But everything else, still strong. Buster Sword. Why is this not legendary? As far as I can tell, there's only one Buster Sword. It's got the right artwork, though. That's good. I like that. Why is this stronger than the Lionheart? Let's go ahead and roll that back, okay? This costs 4, has an equip cost of 2. When it enters, it deals 2 damage, but it only gives +2/+1. That's the ultimate weapon in that game. Now let's scroll down to the Buster Sword. For 3 in an equip cost of 2, equipped creature gets +3/+2. So 3 and 2 for +3/+2. 4 and 2 for +2/+1. Well, this one is mythic rare, but like... And this is the starting weapon. Ultimate weapon in one game. Weaker than the starting weapon here. What happened? And by the way, on Sabotage, you draw a card. Then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its mana cost. Not legendary. That's crazy. That is crazy. Like, that's good. I love that, but there is some weird stuff going on. I really feel like this should be legendary. I really feel like Lionheart should be stronger than this. I don't get it. Nibelheim of Flame, gotta have this iconic scene as a magic card. It's mythic rare for 4. I've actually read this before, but I don't remember what it does. It's got flashback 7. Choose target creature control deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, discard your hand and draw 4 cards. I like that. I like that. That's very flavorful. Very flavorful, very powerful. It does ding up your own creatures though, so that's kind of risky. I guess you just gotta be careful with how you play it. It is expensive. I don't know. That's a tough call. Summon Anima, and both art look absolutely sick. 6 for a 4/4 with Menace, but first 3 turns you get to draw a card and lose 1 life. that's okay. And then Oblivion, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. That's actually pretty lame. Not too excited about that. Anima's supposed to be really strong. I don't know. Not too excited about it. But Knights of the Round, though. That's really good. And, yeah, true to the way that it works. It takes a long time to resolve its full effect. At its most basic level, it's the 3/3 with Indestructible. Over the course of 4 turns, you make up to 12 2/2 White Knight creature tokens. And then, for the ultimate end, other creatures you control get +2/+2 until the end of the turn. Put an Indestructible counter on each of them. So, if you muster up 8 mana and you wait 5 turns, your creatures are indestructible for good. That's... Huh. You know, for 8 mana, something that could just as easily be bounced or exiled, like Indestructible on its own, actually isn't that hot. I feel like this would also need hexproof. Just a little bit more protection would have been nice, considering you're paying 8 and waiting 5 turns. And the first 1 or 2 turns, you're not really feeling the value. You gotta wait 3, 4, 5 turns before you feel all the heat. Nah, I'm gonna say it's cool. It's cool. It hits the flavor, if nothing else. And speaking of flavor, oh my gosh. Just looking at this is giving me a headache. Instant ramen. Like, how deep does this go? This is an MTG crossover with a video game that then references a product placement within that video game. But you'll notice that the Cup Noodles brand is gone. So, like, it's referencing it, but not really. So what a weird relationship. Man, I hate weird corporate hoops. But 2 for food with flash. When it enters, you draw a card, and then it does the food thing. That's whatever. I would probably never play this. On principle, I would not play this. That was such a cringe part of FF15. Absolutely terrible. How did I not notice this? Like, Best Girl from FF8 got a card and I didn't even notice. 3/4/2/2. When she enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from a yard, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. That spell will be put into a yard, exile it instead. So, kind of a weird version of Snapcaster Mage, I guess. It's okay. She's really designed to be bounced and like played over and over again, I think. I've tried over and over again. I have not been able to build the successful instant and sorcery deck ever. I try, but it's just not something I think I'm ever going to be able to do. We've got Machinist Arsenal. That's cool. Job selects. Creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control, and is an artificer in addition to its other types. For 5 mana, for that buff, that's okay. I'm okay with that. Equip cost is hefty, but it's still pretty cool. I dig that. Suplex, of course. It's got the great artwork. Can't remember if I mentioned this before. I don't remember which ones I already looked at. 3 damage to target creature. If it would die, exile instead. Or exile target artifact. That's strong. And that's really cool. Phantom Train looks cool, and you see the fight happening right there. Uh, 4 with trample. Sack another artifact or creature to put a +1 counter on this dude. Becomes a spirit artifact creature in addition to its other types until end of turn. Okay. Both of those are okay. Poison the Waters. This is one of the first artworks to drop in the entire series, and it is super cool looking. And it illustrates like one of the darkest scenes in Final Fantasy ever. So for 2, you get to choose one. Either all creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn, or target creature reveals target creature reveals their hand. Target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature from it, then they discard that card. No, that's, you know what? That's pretty good. But let's see what Vincent Valentine has, and then I gotta take a bathroom break. So 2/2. Whenever a creature in opponent controls dies, put a number of +1 counters on Vincent equal to its power. That okay? I dig that. And whenever he attacks, he may transform him. He has trample and lifelink. Wow. So once you've saved up enough +1 counters, you can really cash in. And then when he dies, return to the field tapped. I mean, you lose your counters, but that's wow. That's I like that. That's pretty good. But we're gonna, before we go any further, I need a bathroom break really bad. So let's cut to intermission real quick. Alright, back in the game. Speaking of, Triple Triad. Chamber that costs 6. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles the top card of the library. Until end of turn, you may play the card you own exiled this way, and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana value than it without paying their mana costs. Okay. The fact that that at least one of the cards is going to be free, I think is pretty cool. But you gotta spend 6 though, and you don't necessarily know what you're getting. And it's based on like my least favorite part of FF8, so I don't know. Kane, not going to talk about it because I know for a fact that we already talked about it last time. Capital City. I don't know that location. And it honestly looks amazingly lame. Realm Sketching. This is pretty cool. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. I can dig that. I can dig that in a big way. Making copies of your artifacts. Arn's Inspiration. I love that art, by the way. Attacking creatures get +2/+0 until end of turn. Flashback 4. That makes it pretty cool. It costs 3. And then it's got his iconic quote. Well, I say it like everything, pretty much everything the guy says is iconic. He's like my favorite Final Fantasy character. Galoof's Final Acts, the rare Final Fantasy V card. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, put a number of +1 counters equal to its power on up to 1 target creature. I like that. That's flavorful. It really represents, passing the torch to Krieg. Self-destruct. Perplexingly not based on the bomb's famous self-destruct ability. Instead, it seems to illustrate Gilgamesh. And it's got a quote where he says, "If I just left you in the lurch, I'd look like a jerk for all of history." Strange. Target creature. This is a strange effect. Target creature you control deals X damage to any other target, and X damage to itself, or X is its power. So it's not really self-destruct if you use it on something where its power is greater than its toughness. Or its toughness is greater than its power, I should say. Interesting effect. It's a fling. It's a fling that the flingee can theoretically survive. Like if it's something where, again, if the toughness is greater than the power, or if it's indestructible. Very interesting. Then we've got Jekt, Reluctant Guardian. Man, he looks cool. 4/3 human warrior with menace. Technically he's not human, but whatever. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it. Then return it transformed, and he turns into Braska's final Aeon, which always strange to me that it was never named, this Aeon. I do like that his creature type is Nightmare, though. That's very appropriate. So 7/7 Menace. And each on the first 2, each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. And then 3, each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. That effect is always so lame. Like, what an anticlimactic finish. It does feel appropriate, though. Like, I'm thinking about it now. Very on flavor, If you've if you finished Final Fantasy X, spoilers by the way. Rabanasty, based on a location from a game that I hate, so I don't care. Choco, Seeker of Paradise. Oh my gosh. So it's the one from Final Fantasy IX where you play the hot and cold minigame, which was hype, by the way. I actually love that minigame. And it's part of this weird bird archetype. Well, it's got a good body to cost ratio. It's in Bant colors. Landfall, whenever a land you control enters, this dude gets +1/+0 until end of turn. That's not very exciting. But whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand, then put any number of land cards from among them onto the field tapped and the rest into your graveyard. Okay, that's pretty spicy. That is pretty spicy. If you can get enough birds. Which, now I'm just thinking, what was that one angel that could make a bunch of birds? Shoot, I don't remember. I want to look it up now, though. Creature type angel, and then the text has to say bird. Emeria Angel. My dad plays this card. 4/4/3/3 with flying, and on landfall you make a bird. This seems like a gimme. Like it's in the right colors, and it's another landfall ability. That's, oh boy, that is a match made in heaven. Pun intended. We got Jidan, Tantalus Thief. Absolutely bizarre color combination. I don't know what it is about Jidan that makes him red-white. Human Mutant Scout. I do like that he's a mutant. 3/3. When he enters, gain control of target creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Untap it against lifelink and haste until end of turn. That is super strong. And whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create a treasure. So, the way I see it, the only reason this guy is red-white is because he is an automatic must-have in any Zedruu deck. I am absolutely looking forward to building Zedruu. I already was looking forward to building a Zedruu deck at some point, when I could afford it. But now I see that I really need to build Zedruu, because that thing at the bottom, whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, that's what Zedruu's all about. Vivi, people were talking about how crazy this is, where once each turn you can just get free mana, free blue and or red mana equal to his power, and then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you put a +1 counter on him, and he deals 1 damage to each opponent. So I don't remember exactly, but people were saying that there are crazy ways to combo off of that. And it does look, he seems pretty cool. But again, just, I had something about me and instant and sorcery decks, these very common, is it archetypes, we just don't mix for whatever reason, no matter how hard I try. We got Freya. She's got this jump ability, which is surprisingly common, where during your turn she has flying. A 1/1 for 1 red. But then she has all this upside. I actually like that. I'm liking this new design that they're doing, where they're printing a lot of these super cheap legends. Tap for red, spin it only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equip ability. That's pretty cool. And then we got more of these job select things. You can get a samurai with +2/+2 and trample and haste, or a +3/+2 warrior. man, the Warrior Sword seems way lamer. Like, look at the difference in cost. And this one, like, was I not just talking about how bodies are only as good as the abilities behind them, especially keywords? Item shopkeep. This is such a huge mismatch between, like, concept and execution. Item shopkeep gives a target attacking equipped creature menace until end of turn whenever you attack. I don't see the connection between these two. Oh, whatever. I don't even know what this is. Undercity Dire Rat. What am I looking at? What game is this supposed to be? What scene is this? Oh, it's supposed to be Final Fantasy 12. Whatever. Don't care. Shinra reinforcements. Since when did Shinra use Tonfa? Bizarre. 3 for a 2/3 that when it enters you mill 3 cards and you gain 3 life. Hey, that's actually pretty okay. I can nig on that. Sephiroth's intervention, destroy target creature, you gain 2 life. Not sure why it has to cost 4 though. That's really, I don't know about that. Evil Reawaken, another rare Final Fantasy card, Final Fantasy 5 card. Target creature from your yard to the field with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. That's okay, I guess. It costs 5 though. It's got great art though. Hard to hate on that. I'll bet Salvagers looks cool. 2/3, whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So, I actually heard about this. You notice how it's talking about artifacts dying? Like non-creature artifacts? I heard that that's like a little wording thing that they're doing where they're changing that. Makes sense. I mean, doesn't necessarily make sense in terms of like what you think of, just in the sense of something dying, but whatever. It seems pretty cool. I'm actually thinking about this, and maybe this is a little bit cooler than I'm giving it credit for. Whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life. So it doesn't say non-token. Doesn't say non-token. So all those treasures, like any common recurring token type, treasure, food, clues, blood, whatever, like this thing pops off if you can get that going. Man, now the gears are really turning in my head on how you can get the most out of this. Let's see. Leviathan, unfortunately, based on like the very disappointing scene in FF15 where, you know, you saw it in the trailers, Leviathan shows up and water goes everywhere and the city's destroyed and it's super cool and has all these crazy effects. And then you play it and it looks and feels like a disaster. There's like, the water physics are like none. There's none water physics. For a scene that has a bunch of water in it, and like the water is the whole point. Great, good job. Okay, so 6/6 for 6 with War 2. Return each creature that isn't like a watery boy. And then the next 2 until end of turn whenever a watery boy attacks, draw a card. Okay. Yeah, that is pretty strong, but just, I don't know, just associating this with that really disappointing scene from FF15 puts a sour taste in my mouth. We've got the Sahagin. I really don't know if that's how it's pronounced, but whatever. 1/3 for 2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana were spent to cast it, put a +1 on this dude, and it can't be blocked this turn. Okay. That's, no. Actually, I'm not too excited about that. Retrieve Esper, based on the classic opening credits scene. So, create a 3/3 blue robot warrior artifact creature token. Then if the spell was cast from a yard, put 2+1/+2 counters on that token. Well, this is weird. Because this doesn't... It's clearly evoking the Magitech armor, but then we see Magitech armor earlier in this set, or later, as it were. I'm reading it backwards. And this doesn't line up at all. Where Magitech armor is a white vehicle. It is not a blue robot warrior. And then this, when you flash it back, you take the one blue robot warrior that you made and you make it bigger. If this is based on the famous opening scene from FF6, should it not make 3 robot warrior creature tokens? Like, the way I see it, the first cast should make 1, and then when you flash it back, it makes 2 more. Not put +1/+1 counters on the one that you already made. Or the second one, I guess. So it makes 2. It makes 2, and then one of them is slightly larger. It should make 3. It should say if it was cast from a graveyard, create 2 instead. Bit of a flavor miss. And not a terribly exciting spell in the first place. Dreams of Laguna. Surveil 1, then draw a card. For 2, even though it has flashback, I'm not feeling it. But we've got Mughals Valor. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Mughal creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Wow. And for 5, that's not even a bad rate. Like, if you're playing with white, odds are you're going to have a lot of creatures, so this is really good. And this is just a cute reference to, like, again, one of the earlier scenes in FF6. Fate of the Suncrist. The spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target non-land permanent. Strange. I don't get the flavor on this one. Fate of the Sun. To me, this should be one of the ones that has, like, choose one and then there are 2 options. Because that's one of the few things that I do remember from FF12 and remember it fondly. The idea that you had one of 2 options. Either destroy this thing and take the nuclear option off the table in order to, like, de-escalate the situation, or you could, like, carve little bits off the Suncrist to make more of these, like, Magicites, whatever. So they're basically like little, like, reusable nukes, basically. Like reusable magic hand grenade sized nukes. So to me that's a flavor miss, and I don't know, it's just not a very exciting card. We have Corel, strange flavor here. 2 for a 2/2, you can pay 2 and tap it to tap target non-enchantment creature. Considering how many enchantment creatures are in this set, that's pretty bad. And not only is that bad, but I feel like to me, Corel is a lethal creature. It should have a destroy effect and be black. Cloudbound Moogle, very cute. 2/3 flying. When it enters, put a +1 counter on target creature. Plane cycling. Oh, is this part of that other cycle? Man, it costs 5. For what you're getting? No way, dude. That's terrible. Magitech Scythe, I think that's based on something like a game that I haven't played. Xandark Mage, I've already talked about. I think we're starting to get into cards that I've already looked at. Yeah, this is already a lot of stuff that I've already looked at. So, I didn't mean to like fall down this rabbit hole. Like I underestimated how many new cards have been spoiled, but yeah. So that's what we've seen from the Final Fantasy set so far. But hey, now you get to see what I cooked up. And unfortunately, sorry to say, I was not actually able to finish the set. In fact, I've only been able to cook up a few. See, I only downloaded this app, like, just yesterday, actually. It's the Magic Set Editor that just lets you make your own stuff, and it's super easy, and it's actually pretty fun. And it's free. So, I've been having a lot of fun with that over the course of the last, 24 hours, just trying to cook as much as I can, as fast as I can. And I've got the rough draft for everything on my phone here. Kind of helping me. So, I need to pull that up. Eventually. But yeah, this is something that I've been cooking for a while, and, I just thought about it, and when I thought about how Wizards would do a Final Fantasy MTG set, I was worried right away because I thought to myself, they're just gonna design it in the most boring way possible, where they take all these different games and they just chop them up into pop culture stew, and these creatures are all knights, so let's all group them into a knight archetype. Something like that. Which we didn't get a knight archetype. I'm trying to see, what is this? Because there's different stuff going on. As far as I can tell, there are more traditional, limited 2-color archetypes, and then also the archetypes for the commander precons. So, as I mentioned before, blue and red is big spells matter. Black and red is all about these creatures that damage you, or not damage you, damage for you. They do damage when you cast non-creature spells, and then. Let's see. White red is very equipment-y. One of the commander archetypes, as far as I can tell, I think the FF7 one is all Naya colors, and it's also very equipment-y. Because yes, that is a word now. I've decided that's a word, equipment-y. Blue-green seems to be really into these towns. There's a lot of land stuff and non-basic lands, all that kind of thing. The Final Fantasy X Commander archetype that they've got going on, it's Bant colors, and it seems to play with counters a lot. Which, actually, if I go over here, is there a separate thing for Commander? Yes, there is. So, this is part of what tripped me up, because Commander, the little set symbol usually has a little bit of white in it to denote that it's Commander. But they didn't do that this time for whatever reason. And I suppose I should talk about some of these too. Warring Triad seems absolutely insane. As long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your yard, it's not a creature, but you can tap it and mill a card, and target player adds 1 mana of any color. That's it only costs 3. Like, ooh, golly, that's pretty spicy. I'm in a hurry to play that card. Bugenhagen is here. I like that. 1/3 reach. The beginning of your upkeep, if you control a creature of power 7 or greater. That's another thing, is this like power 7 or greater thing. Shalinda's weird. I would never have thought to turn her into a card. A 2/2 for 2 with lifelink. Whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature if its power is less than Shalinda's. Otherwise, put a +1 counter on Shalinda. And then you look at the flavor text and it says, truly I know nothing of the ways of fighting, but I do know some white magic. That's not true. Like, what is the schism in flavor? Like, again, I know nothing of the ways of fighting. Shalinda absolutely throws hands in MTG. A 2/2 for 2 with lifelink that gets bigger all the time. Oh, and Strago of Rome. People were noticing something crazy about this card, so let me go ahead and read this. It's a 1/3 for 3, and then for 3, and then you tap it. Target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature, activate only as a sorcery. One thing you may not have noticed, the other cards that you exiled on your way to this instant or sorcery or creature card, they're just exiled for good. Like, wow. That is crazy. So this has a bit of a mill element to it. And then I don't really feel like reading all of these. Although someone pointed out the irksome fact that Shadow and Interceptor do not have partner for whatever reason. It would have been really easy to just squeeze that in, but they didn't. For again, just some reason. Oh my gosh, this is the card I was actually looking for. Inspiring Call. 3 mana, draw a card for each creature you control with +1 counter on it. Those creatures again indestructible on turn. That effect is like whatever, but just everything about this, the artwork and the quote and the scene that it's invoking, that's just great. We've got a Sid that's not the Sid that we've already seen. It's based specifically on FF7 Sid because he's the rare Sid that's more of a fighter. He's into equipment and vehicle discounts. He's got that jump thing. And you can bring equipment and vehicle from your yard to your hand with this activated ability. And he only costs 2. He's pretty cool. And then lots of cards based on games I haven't played. Lots of FF7 cards that are based on FF7 Remake, which makes me mad because I hate that game. We got Secret Rendezvous, which has like, you don't see it here, but I'm pretty sure there are like 4 different versions based on the different dates you can go on. Sin Unending Cataclysm. 5/5 Flying Trample. This is another thing that bothered me about this, by the way. Which is part of the bias I was talking about. Like, instead of divvying up the cards more evenly between all the different classic FF games, not only is there a disproportionate number of cards based on the best sellers, 6, 7, 10, and 14, but they will then go and they will double, triple, quadruple down and make multiple versions of each creature. Like if I just go over here and I look up Sephiroth, there's 5 different. Okay, well, Sephiroth's Intervention doesn't count. That's an instant. But as far as legendary creatures go, That's 4. And one of them is not really Sephiroth. It's Atraxa Grand Unifier, but... Oh man, that's crazy. I actually didn't notice that. That's... Wow. Sephiroth gets like an alternate named version of one of the most powerful creatures ever. But yeah, as far as original... I guess, yeah, it's Sephiroth, you know. One of the most famous Final Fantasy characters ever. One of the most famous video game characters ever. But, like, daggone. And then all the different versions of Sin. Especially if you count Jecht and Braska's final Aeon, because they're kind of one and the same. Ooh, but there is a card based on Setzer. I did not notice this. This is going to be my first time reading it. 2/2 human rogue pilot. That's great. When he enters, create the Blackjack. Legendary 3/3 colorless vehicle artifact token with flying and crew 2. Okay. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tapped treasure tokens. Okay. Not big into coin flips. Also, not big on the fact that the Blackjack isn't just its own card. The Blackjack is such an epic vehicle. It's like my favorite vehicle in Final Fantasy, my favorite airship. So I could have used a little more there. Oh my gosh. Wait, what? It says Krieg, but it says that she's a dwarf wizard with trace ether. What? So is this based on Krieg from FF5 or not? It's like this little tiny girl, and her name is Krieg, but then nothing else about her is recognizable. As far as I know, she's not a dwarf. She's just a regular human. Yeah. But she's got 2/1 and lifelink and trace ether. I don't know what that's about. That's got nothing to do with Final Fantasy V. I thought that said Einstein for a second, but whatever. Krieg says lifelink. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, when you return target creature card with mana value equal to the spell's mana value from your graveyard to your hand. Do this only once each turn. Okay, it's pretty good and cute art, but still very confusing. When I think of Krieg, I think of FF5, but then this almost seems like it's based on a character named Krieg that is not Krieg from FF5. There's a different Krieg, and why would you do that? Why would you make that more confusing? Kimahri. Green, blue. I think that tracks. 3/3 vigilance. Beginning of comment on your turn, put a +1 counter on Kimahri and tap target creature and opponent controls. Then you may have Kimahri become a copy of that creature, except he has the same name and vigilance and this ability. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. That's a lot of good stuff that works together in a way that I think is really cool. We got Banon. A 1/3 for 2. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. Huh? Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. That feels kind of narrow. And whenever you attack, you may pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Hey, there's the old rummaging. What a weird, what a weird mixture of words and abilities and clauses. I'm not too excited about this guy. I would have a hard time remembering how his ability works. You missed the part where he's also a huge jackass, and if he dies, you lose. Now you should have had that. Just straight up like unabashed like middle finger to like the entire like gaming community. Just, hey, by the way, when this creature dies, you lose the game. Like that would be a terrible card, but that's on flavor. Banon's a terrible character. He's just this burden, this albatross around your neck. He's supposed to help you. He's awful. I don't think anybody likes Banon. He's terrible. Yuna's Whistle, that's cute. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into your hand and the rest on the bottom in a random order. You reveal a creature card this way. Put X plus 1 counters on target creature you control equal to the mana value of that card. That's cool, considering that's the closest we will probably ever get to having a Final Fantasy X-2 card, where that's pretty much the good ending, where Tidus comes back. Spoilers. Yuna's Decision. I've actually read this one before, and I really like the flavor on this. So for 4, you get to choose 1. Sack a creature. If you do draw a card, then you put a creature and or a land from your hand onto the field. Or return 1 or 2 target permanent cards from your yard to your hand. That's really flavorful. Trommel. Can't believe this guy gets his own card. So 2/3. Each other non-token creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. You can pay 1 and tap to proliferate X times, equal to the number of non-token creatures you control that entered this turn. What an elaborate effect. Wow. I don't know how to feel about it. Summoning Materia. I like the art with Bahamut Zero. That's really cool looking. Equipment. Makes sense. You may take a look at the top card of your library anytime. As long as this is attached, you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance and has tap to add green. And it has an equip cost of 2. Wow. That's a chock full card. Man, this card does so many things. It's hard to hate it when you get just this nice little grab bag of stuff. I dig on that. That's a good card. We got Magisisters, and Magisisters are as bad as you would expect because it says choose 1 at random. And there are 3 options, so I gotta find a 3-sided die. Combine powers, put 3+1/+1 counters on target creature. Put a shield counter on target creature, you gain 3 life. So it's really playing into the counters thing that Bant is trying to do here. Or this creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. It's a 5/5 with haste. Man, Magisisters, they always felt terrible. They never felt like they were worth it. When you got 3 of them, but you can't control them at all, like, whatever. Ooh. There's some new stuff that I haven't seen. I've seen Sphere Grid. It's very strange. Enchantment, whenever a creature you control deals... Okay, so on Sabotage, put a +1 counter on that creature. Creatures with +1 counters on them have Reach and Trample. Okay. I dig on that. For 2? Yeah, okay. I'll play that. Maester Seymour. Human Elf Cleric. Really? Is that what Guado are? They're elves? I never really thought of them that way. See, this is the way that Quina had his own creature type. This is where I could see like making a new niche creature type where these should just be Guado. Guado are not elves. 1/3 at the beginning comment on your turn, put a number of +1 counters Equal to Seymour's power on another target creature you control. And he has 5 for Monstrosity X equal to the number of counters among creatures you control. And that's okay. It seems like he just has a big body and that's it. Making other creatures is pretty cool, I guess. Lifestream's Blessing. I like that we get to see this iconic setting that I've seen dozens of times. Man, that really brings back memories. Okay, Lifestream's Blessing. Draw X cards. X is the greatest power among creatures you controlled as you cast the spell. If the spell was cast from exile, you gain twice X life. And it has Foretell. That's strange. Random Foretell. Huh. Wow. The Foretell option seems way better. Why would you ever play this straight up? I don't get it. Huh. Yeah, that's actually, I think that's a good card. Ultimate Magic Meteor. Okay, so cost 6. Deals 7 damage to each creature. If it was cast from exile for each opponent, choose an artifact or land that player controls. Destroy the chosen permanents. And that's Foretell 6. That's... I've never been that big a fan of board wipes. Summon Kujata, though. Although it's not spelled right. Unless it's based on another version of Kujata from something else. 6 for 7/5 Trampling Haste. And it's got the lightning. Okay, this is very clearly the FF7 version. So 3 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures. That's pretty good. Up to 3 target creatures can't block this turn. That's also good. Discard a card, then draw 2 cards. When you discard a card this way, this creature deals damage equal to that card's mana value to each opponent. That's okay. This guy seems really good, actually. That's good value. Snort. Each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards, and the sword deals 5 damage to each opponent who discarded their hand this way. That's risky. For that much mana? I don't know. Rejoin the fight. Oh, that's good. I like that. And it's got Celis and Subbing, so it's actually kind of accurate. For 6, mill 3 cards. Then starting with the next opponent in turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in their yard that hasn't been chosen. In your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. Interesting. Reaper Scythe Job Select. Assassin. In which Final Fantasy game is Reaper a job? Is it a job? If there's a job where you get to be a Reaper in a Final Fantasy game, that makes me reconsider like how out of place the Reapers were in Kingdom Hearts 3, since all the nobodies are supposed to be based on Final Fantasy jobs. Soul counter for each player who lost life this turn. +1 for each counter on this equipment. That's a little too out there, I think. But hey, there's the Falcon. which is not as iconic as the blackjack, and it always did bother me that you just lose the blackjack and are saddled with the falcon. But okay, 4/3 flying crew 2 cost 3. When our deals okay, so on sabotage you may sacrifice it. You don't sacrifice the falcon. Not in the game. When you do, return target creature card from your yard to the field. For 5, return this card from your yard to the field. Tapped. Strange. Strange flavor. And I couldn't help but notice this. What is this word soup here? This alphabet soup. I can't even read any of that. I'm not going to play a card I can't read. Esper the Magicite. Exile each opponent's graveyard. When you do, choose up to 1 target creature card exile this way. Create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's an artifact, and loses all other card types. I like the flavor on that. That's actually really good. Let's see. In Valfor, each opponent chooses a creature with the greatest mana value among creatures they control. Return those creatures to their owner's hands. And then the next 3, tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. This is good. I like that. Riku can steal counters. That's interesting. I don't know how useful that's going to be. But whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature, until end of turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures you're... Oh, hey, that's pretty good, actually. Awaka! I wish it said Awaka the 23rd. And of course he's begging for Gil as usual. Man, Awaka pissed me off. I really didn't like having to deal with that guy in FF10. Because I never felt like I had enough Gil to get the most out of him for later. Tap and remove a counter from an online permanent you control to draw a card. We got Lulu, who, like, wow. You're not going to give us any chest at all. It's just all fur. I'm 100% convinced that this was censored. They must have drawn her, like, closer to the camera and with her chest exposed. And then they said, nah, man, too much cleavage. You got to dial it back. And then they changed it, and now it looks like crap. I'm 100% convinced that's what happened, because this is not my Lulu. My Lulu shows off more skin than that. So that's disappointing right out of the gate. Let's see. 2/3 for 3. Whenever an opponent attacks, choose target attacking... choose target creature attacking you. Put a stun counter on that creature. And you can pay 4 to proliferate. So, great. Yeah. True to Lulu as a playable character, very disappointing. But then you also had to give her terrible artwork. Man, that's upsetting. Blue Mage's Cane looks cool, though. For 3, job select. Equipped creatures +0/+2 is a wizard. It has... Oh boy, that's a lot of reading. Whenever this creature attacks, exile up to 1 target instant restores your card from defending player's graveyard. If you do, copy it. And cast the copy by paying 3 rather than paying its mana cost. Wow. I don't feel like playing that card just because of how much reading is there. No, not about that. But we got the Blitzball Stadium. That's great. On this artifact, enter support X. Put a +1 counter on each of them up to X target creatures. Okay. 3 and tap, and until end of turn, the target creature gains whenever the creature deals combat damage to a player. Draw a card for each kind of counter on it. And it can't be blocked this turn. You know what? I'm going to say that's good. Like, making your creatures more evasive and then also getting more card draw. That's pretty good. Ultimate Magic Holy. Permanents you control get indestructible until the turn if the spell was cast from exile. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Okay, that's solid. I like that. Summon Ascending. Oh, that art is beautiful. 2, at the beginning of your end step, you may exile target creature card from your yard. If you do, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Put a +1/+1 counter on it if the exile card's mana value is 4 or greater. Now, that's kind of weird, because that was blue and red's thing, but now when we switch to commander, white's trying to get in on it too. That's also a strange flavor, because sending is kind of the opposite of that. Like, the idea of sending is that people don't come back as spirits. They're just gone for good. And we got, wow, so many summons. Yojimbo. I like, by the way, I love how many of these summon cards are based on FF10, because those have the best summons, bar none. Absolutely love all their designs. I love the way that they work. So, Yojimbo, you can exile target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature an opponent controls. Then, for the next 2, until your next turn, creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 2 for each of them. And 4, create X treasure tokens equal to the number of opponents who control a creature with power 4 or greater. And that's weird. That's kind of the opposite of how Yojimbo works. Yojimbo takes your money. He doesn't pay you. Is it an Ixion or a Shion? I was never too clear on that, but I didn't even read Yojimbo's actual text box. He's a 5/5 with vigilance. For 4? Whoa, hold on a second. Yojimbo's actually pretty sick. A Shion 3/3 with first strike for 3. Exile target creature and opponent controls until the saga leaves the battlefield, so a little bit of an O-ring effect. And then the next 2, put a +1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control, and you gain 2 life. Alright. This is a weird one. Good King Mog the 12th. I don't know this one. What game is this based on? So, he makes Moogles. He's all about lifelink. Create a token that's a copy of a non-saga. What? That's weird cocktail going on there. Soldier military program. Enchantment costs 3. Begin combat on your turn. Choose 1. If you control a commander, you may choose both instead. Create a soldier and put a +1 counter on each of up to 2 soldiers you control. Yeah, I like that. And that's cool looking artwork too, by the way. Protection magic, put a shield counter on each of up to 3 target creatures. Oh, I wish Protect worked in FF10 like that, but there's almost no multi-targeting in that game for some reason. Leo, I like Leo's here. Looking very fancy. 2/2 for 5. Hey, I feel like I've read this before. When he enters, return up to 1 target creature with mana value 3 or less from your yard to the field. Then put a +1 counter on Leo for each creature you control. Okay, so he gets bigger. It's okay. I don't know if he should be rare. Dancers, Chakrams. Which version of dancing is this? I'm used to dancers using knives in FF5. Job select 2/2 lifelink. Other commanders you control get +2/+2 and have lifelink. And is a performer. I forgot that's a creature type now. Oh, Gata and Luzu. Wow, what a pull. 1/1 for 3. Flash. When it enters, choose target creature you control. If damage will be dealt to that creature this turn, prevent the damage and put them any +1/+1 counters on it. Oh, okay. Interesting effect. Cyan Vengeful Samurai. This is weird flavor. A 3/3 for 7. One less to cast for each creature card in your yard, though. Double strike. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your yard, put a +1 counter on Cyan. Huh. So in terms of function, I can see how this is a white card. But when you say he's a vengeful samurai, and then his quote is, "There will be no mercy for thee," I see him being more red. Chocobo Knights, that's cool. 3/3. Whenever you attack creatures you control with counters on them, gain double strike until end of turn. That's nice. It doesn't come in with any kind of counters, though. So, I think these days I look more for. I think I speak for all of us. We all look more for cards that kind of work on their own. Like if they have some sort of synergy, then they should have something else to them that kind of kickstarts that synergy. Like this should put at least one counter on something. Now we've got Auron, favorite character. I hope you don't do him dirty. He's a 2/5 for 4. He has vigilance. He's got shooting star. Yeah, the best overdrive. Whenever he attacks, put a +1 counter on him. When you do, exile target creature defending player controls with power less than Auron's power until he leaves the field. Okay. You know, that's okay. I'll take that. And then a lot of these we've already seen. We've seen them from the beginning. These are like the commanders. So, FF6 is like all Mardu with lots of like graveyard play. Which, I guess if you think about like the theme of FF6, not even really a theme, more like just a motif of like of just making a comeback. Like the whole second half of the game is like you got screwed up and you got to put the band back together. So from that perspective, it makes sense. But FF6, I always saw like I'll talk about a little bit later, or I'll talk about a lot more later. But I always thought it was more of like, is it? Because so much of that game setting is centric to the ability to cast spells. Like it's just seen as like the ultimate option. And then so this is what I was talking about really. Just a lot of the decisions going into the design of the different commanders and the different like limited archetypes as well, just not really what I would go for. Like I look at Cloud and I think to myself, I can obviously see how he would be green. He's like, an eco-terrorist, and he's red because he's like a rebel. He's like fighting against fighting the power. But white, he doesn't seem very white to me. And then Titus, I can definitely see how he would be white and blue. But again, I don't get the green. I don't get that at all. And looking at Celis or Terra, I don't see how either of these are black. I'm not picking up on that. In fact, I don't even really see how they're white, really. I don't know. Weird decisions. So, now I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my set that I'm working on. And again, it's a work in progress, but I think I've cooked up enough to give folks something to look at here. So let me bring that up. Here, I'll do it like this. Can these ads please go away? Please and thank you. Okay. And can I actually blow this up? Can I make this like bigger? Oh no, that was bad. That was bad beans. Don't do that. So yeah, and hello? I'm clicking. My computer's been a little funny lately. Some stuff just takes a while to do. So yeah, and sorry for the lackluster presentation. I know these cards aren't great looking or anything, but you know, I wasn't too worried about the art. Just kind of went to Final Fantasy Wiki and just slapped together what I could find. Unfortunately, a lot of it is in WebP format, which I hate. It. People don't. It's this paradox. They like people keep using the WebP format, but at the same time, nobody uses it. Like it's a format that is so incompatible with so much stuff. So every time I went to like save this artwork, I always then had to open it up in Paint and then save it again as a JPEG. Really annoying. But this is what I cooked up. This is like I was saying before, it's a little sample platter for the archetypes that I was cooking up. So here's the thing. In the official Final Fantasy set, it just kind of seems like this big, like I said, big pop culture stew. The individual games, to me, lack identity. That was my big beef. Like, the closest you get is Final Fantasy IX, which is mostly black-red, but then you get Jidan, who's red-white. So, but then Joshua is red-white. I don't know. It just kind of seems like all over the place. Like, I don't know. Final Fantasy IX seems mostly white-green, but then Sarah's white-green. And then Final Fantasy X is mostly white-blue, except for when it's black. I don't know. Final Fantasy VII seems to have a lot of black in it for some reason. I don't know. I just feel like I could have used more concrete identities for each of these games, instead of them just being really all over. Like in this, Terra's red-green now? And Squall is white-black for some reason? And then Cloud is white now. It just feels all over the place. And it's not something I gel with. So my version of Final Fantasy, which you can see right here, FFF, which obviously stands for Fan-Made Final Fantasy. Each of the original 10 Final Fantasy games is its own archetype. One of the 10 usual limited 2-color pairs. And then for coming up with themes for the different abilities, I base them on the numbers. And you'll kind of see that play out as we go through these. But it was actually surprisingly difficult for some of these. Trying to figure out what the color combinations should be. So what wound up happening was I kind of keyed in on what the central conflict is for each of these Final Fantasy games. What are the opposing sides? What do they represent? how can I spin them into MTG colors? So, FF1, it was kind of tough, but I wound up going for red-green. Because FF1, in a big way, it's like... in a big way, it's nature and waste and destruction versus... it's chaos and waste and destruction versus, like, nature and peace and harmony and stuff like that. And it's a bit of a mix-up. Like, it's not straight down the middle where one side is all good guys and one side is all bad guys. Like, Warrior of Light, for example. He's red. But then you've also got the Ninja of the Elements here, who's green. And this is where the numbers thing comes in. You see they both have this ability word called Singularity. So it's Final Fantasy 1, right? So whenever a creature you control attacks alone, like one creature, you get this effects, which is kind of like Samurai and Neon Dynasty. It's kind of like Exalted's. Warrior of Light comes in real cheap, a 1/1 for 1, but whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains menace until end of turn. And the Ninja of Elements hands out Death Touch to whoever is your lone attacker. And then on the evil side, you have Chaos, Alpha and Omega, which he kind of does his own thing. He's a 5/5 for 5, an elemental demon, flying and trample. At the beginning of your upkeep, you sacrifice a land, but he gets +X equal to the number of land cards in your graveyard. So he's a big boy. I actually think maybe he's a little, maybe not expensive enough. I'm going to go ahead and crank that up to 5. And feel free to leave your input, by the way, on how you think these should be. Is there a way to, like, blow this up? I want to make this bigger. I want to make this bigger, and I want to make this easier to read. Can I, like, make this bigger, please? Is there a way to, like, change these windows? I've only just started using this, so I don't know. There's not, like, a view thing. I think the best I can do is just... Okay, no. That was bad. That was bad beans. I think the best I can do is just blow this up and make it easier to read. And oh my gosh, what is happening? That's freaking out. No, don't do that, please. This is bad. I'm gonna have to, like, fix this in a big way. And then bring this over more so that people can actually read it, please. Alright, there you go. That's fine. That'll do for now. So there's your Warrior of Lights. He hands out Menace to your lone attacker. Ninja gives out Death Touch. Here's Chaos. He's the big boy. You sacrifice lands, that's tough, but, he's a demon. He demands a lot out of you. But in return, he gets bigger the more land cards are in your yard. And then, just to kind of round out, I gave out this gruel colored, common creature elemental fiend. 4/4 trample menace, common, very basic. And then FF2. This one was actually super easy. I figured it was going to be white and red because it's about, Imperial forces versus rebels. Really writes itself. So on the red side, you have Firion, Hope of the Roses. Again, it comes in cheap. Only 1 red for a 1/1, but he has dual wield. Because this is the first game that... And this is the other thing about these abilities, is I also tried to invoke, something iconic about the game. So the whole singularity thing, that really plays to the whole turn-based combat thing. The idea that everybody goes one at a time in terms of gameplay. FF2 was the first one to have dual wielding. So, and hey, here you go. The official FF set has a white-red equipment thing going on. Well, here you go. This has white red equipment. This has white red equipment as well. But this is about if 2 or more equipment are attached to a creature. So as long as Firion has 2 or more equipment attached to him, when he attacks, he can destroy up to 1 target artifact. So that's pretty cool. Emperor Matthias, though, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, but he does his own kind of thing. He's an equipment tutor of sorts. A 2/2 for 2. You can tap X untapped creatures you control to reveal the top X cards of your library. You put an equipment or vehicle card from among them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. I mixed in vehicles with that because there's that part in FF2 where he has like a big flying fortress, so he's got some vehicle stuff going on. Yeah. And I gotta tell you, by the way, this was like a huge learning experience for me. 4chan, the traditional games board, they always have a custom Magic card thread going, and it has all these resources for how to do this and how to design Magic cards to, make them respectable, make them legit, not just make them like Clown shoes, like, oh, Cloud's my favorite character, so he's gonna be an epic 99.99 destroy everything, like just the ultimate creature. Like, no. I'm a fan of Final Fantasy, but I am also a fan of Magic the Gathering, and so I kind of wanted to do this as legit as I could, and also still keep the flavor of Final Fantasy. Try to, like, hit that sweet spot where I show my love for both. FF3. I actually kind of called this. Let's go ahead and pull this up again real quick. Where's Zand? Like, Zand, the main villain from FF3, they went ahead and I can't really find him on the spot in the midst of all this, but I saw that he's blue-black. So kind of called that a little bit. Oh, he's in here somewhere. Well, whatever. We looked at him. You saw him. Can't find him right away, but whatever. Yeah, so blue-black for FF3. This was a tough one. This was one of the last archetypes that I figured out. And so it was getting down to just, like, picking at the leftovers, basically. All the color pairs that I couldn't really figure out which game they matched best with. So I went for blue-black with 3 because in a big way 3 is... It's about permanence versus impermanence. Zand's, he really didn't like the fact that his master gave him the gift of mortality. He wanted to live forever like his other student, or his peers. And he really wasn't down for that. So he's fighting for immortality against, the forces of change. And the forces of change are embodied by, the next generation, these young folks, these Onion Knights. So we've got a 1/1 for 1, once again. It's common. He's got Vigilance, and then he's got Adjust, because in FF3, there's an adjustment period mechanic for jobs. And blue-black, you know what blue-black likes to do. So at the beginning of each end step, if an opponent milled 3 or more cards this turn, that's the adjust ability word in effect. Any turn where you can get an opponent to mill 3 or more cards, all of a sudden all these effects come online, and blue-black gets to show you what it can really do. So if Adjust is online, one adjust comes online, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Isn't that nice? And then, to enable that, we got dudes like the Cloud of Darkness. 3/3 for 3 black. She's got Shadow. And when she enters and at the beginning of your upkeep, each player mills 3 cards and loses 3 life. So that's pretty strong. In fact, I think I might have made her a bit too strong. Like, being able to mill yourself and your opponents, even though you're losing 3 life, and they're like, there are so many ways to turn your own life loss into upside. And when you're doing it to yourself, you plan around it. And you've got this big, strong, really evasive creature. Like, even though it's legendary, I don't know, maybe I should turn this up to like a mana value of 4 or 5. I don't know. I think I'll still roll with that. But I'm pretty pleased with that. Cecil, Redeemed Knight. So here we are with Final Fantasy IV. And this was like the easiest color pair. Or, no, you know what? It was pretty tough. Because a lot of Final Fantasy really does quite simply boil down to good versus evil. But if I had to pick one, and I did have to pick one, if I had to pick one Final Fantasy that best embodied that, it would be Final Fantasy IV, which is in a big way about betrayal and redemption, about living up to your own standards, that kind of thing. So yeah, we've got white black for FF4. We've got the redemption ability word, where it comes online as long as you have at least 4 more life than an opponent. In this case, Cecil is white and has first strike and lifelink. If you don't, he's black and attacks each turn of Fable. So he's got the... I call this to an extent. Because when you look at the official set, he is black and white, but he transforms. And to be fair, I kind of saw that coming too. I just intentionally avoided it with this card design because, between you and me, I really don't like transformation. I don't like transformation. I don't like double face cards. I don't like anything that forces me to use proxies or sleeves or anything extra to the game. Can we please leave that out? I do not like transformation. No. So this just has an ability that just automatically changes his color and changes what his abilities are. And there's no stinking need to have a whole other side to this card. And he doesn't have too much reading. That's the other thing. You already heard me say it. I don't like cards that have too much reading. So let's see. On the flip side, we got Golbez, Lunar Emissary. By the way, did you notice that I made Cecil and Golbez Moonfolk? I feel like that's appropriate. I tried to be as clever as I could with the type line, so here's an Elemental Shade. Obviously the Wild Roses are rebels. And then we've got these Moonfolk here. So what does Golbez do? Well, when he enters, if you have at least 4 more life than an opponent, you get to make a dragon because he conjures the Shadow Dragon or whatever. Otherwise, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So then you do have redemption online for the next time you try to do something. I think that's nice. So then FF5. I decided to make that Golgari because it's got a lot of pro-environmentalism to it, even more than Final Fantasy VII. I think it's very anti-pollution because if you played FF5, then you know X-Death, which I'll just go ahead and I'll flip over to that right now. I made him a Tree Folk Warlock because under that armor, he's actually a tree in human shape. That's what the bad guy is. In FF5 in this other world, whenever there was some sort of ancient evil, I mean, the typical trope, you've got some sort of ancient evil, you seal it away. And so what they did was when there was an ancient evil, people would seal it away inside this tree. And then they would keep doing it, sealing more and more ancient evils into the same tree. Well, guess what? You do that too many times, all the ancient evil in the tree turns it into like a super ancient evil. Like it can't take it anymore. You've polluted this natural, beautiful environment and turned it into this awful monster that's out to get you. So that's what this is. Black represents, the element of pollution and corruption, and green is the element of nature and purity and stuff. There's a lot of like pro-nature in Final Fantasy. And so trying to pick up on the nuances and how each theme is handled in order to then like pick out color pairs for each game, that was a bit of a hurdle. So Bartz and Boko, I called this. I figured that Bartz and Boko would both be joined together in a single card. But instead of playing into some weird bird archetype, this is how I did it. He's a 2/3 for 2. He has haste. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. And he has mastery. So as long as you control 5 or more auras, starting to burp up that burger. This creature gets +3/+2 and has trample. So once you've got your R's out, this guy gets pretty tough. And I think that's pretty suitably strong. Auras are an inherently high risk subtype where like it's just so easy to get yourself 2-for-1 by relying on auras. So if you manage to get 5 under your belts, and then you've got something like this out, you are justly rewarded. And just as a sample of what that's like, this is why I made this aura-centric, because I took all the jobs that are iconic of FF5. This is the first one to really go in on the whole job switching thing. I mean, 3 kind of did it, but did it really crappy. But 5, job changing is so huge. So I went ahead and took those, and I made them auras. So the chemist job, it's black and green. Enchanted creature has death touch. And you can tap it, and exile 2 cards from your yard, and each opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. So if you want to try and swing like a weird Abzan deck, this also plays into FF4's Redemption. If you want to try that. In fact, I'm almost tempted to take this and make it like hybrid green-white mana, just to make it play into that. That's really tempting, actually. I kind of want to do that now. Let me do that. Bam. There, I like that. I had a good idea there. Just on the fly. So now we switch over to FF6, and this is what I was talking about. My vision for FF6 was that it would be Izzet colors. And you know how Izzet usually is. They love their instants and sorceries. This time it's this Magicite thing. So for 4, you get a 3/3 with Ward 6. And as long as there are 6 or more instant and or sorcery cards in your graveyard, she gets stonking huge. She gets +3/+3 and has flying. If anything, I might have actually made her a little too cheap. Because, I don't know. I don't know how easy it's going to be to get 6 or more instant and or sorcery cards in your yard. So that might be something I have to change later. Kefka, same thing. He's got a little more red in him, though. He's more chaotic. So 3/3. Whenever an opponent casts their first... He does not have Magicite. But he does still play on instant sorceries, except this time he plays on your opponent's instants and sorceries. Because that's kind of a thing that happens in that game. He tries to take magic away from the world. When there's the big fateful encounter on the Flying Continent, he's able to shut down magic by like messing with the magic statues of the Warring Triad. So whenever an opponent casts their first instant sorcery spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, then counter that spell if its mana value is less than this creature's power. Seems pretty suitable. He's not the big epic like endgame Kefka. This is just like regular human Kefka, but still pretty cool, pretty strong. FF7, this was definitely one of the easier color pairs to sort out, because when I think of FF7, I think of turquoise. You know, that mixture of green and blue is so essential to the aesthetic of that game. And also, green-blue is big into mutants. FF7 is big into mutants. Eugenics plays such a huge role in that game, both as a plot device and as a thematic device, because it's all about how society tries to reshape your identity in really twisted ways. So I think this is pretty suitable color identity for Cloud. You know, green representing the eco-terrorism thing, and then blue represents the his more like introspective side. Yeah, Cloud is a pretty calm and cool guy, and he's a bit of a thinker, and surprisingly charismatic. So I think that works for him. He's a 2/3 for 2. Whenever he attacks, you loot, and as long as you control 7 or more lands, he gets +2/+0 and has trample and hexproof. That's pretty strong. That's the thing for FF7 is limit break. As long as you control 7 or more lands, since there's that pro-environmentalism angle to FF7. I think this effect might actually be too strong though. Whenever he attacks, that's too easy. I'm gonna change it to. What happened? There's like a bunch of weird stuff that happened. I was just typing like usual, and it like auto-corrected to something crazy. I'm going to change this to a more typical sabotage effect. Is combat damage to an opponent. There. That's fine. And then that plays into his trample that he gets later. If he has trample, then that'll make it way easier for him to get that sabotage effect in. And then Sephiroth. These two, even though they are opponents, they still have the same color identity because they are kind of two sides of the same coin. So for 7, get a 4/3 with Flash. When he enters, he fights up to one target creature you don't control. And then his limit break is he gets Death Touch and Trample. Maybe I made this guy too expensive. Maybe I want to dial that down. Maybe I was too fixated on trying to make everything about him like 7. This effect is not quite worth it. I'm gonna dial him down to 5. Anyway, 5. And then Swall. I don't know why they made him white and black. That was strange. By the way, did you notice that in my version, Cloud's not a soldier because he's not? Spoilers, by the way, but he's not a soldier. But yeah, Squall, I don't know why they made him Orzhov colors at all. This was really something that I actually struggle with, but I went ahead and made FF8 Rakdos colors. I don't know. When I think of that game, I just think of black and red. Black would definitely represent the mercenaries in this case, and red would represent the sorceresses. But at the same time, though, it also black kind of represents Squall's like more stoic side, and then red represents the passion that Rinoa the sorceress tries to bring into his life. You know, real manic pixie dream girl style. So Squall, 2-3 for 3. He has Wither. I actually always really liked Wither, and I wish that it played a bigger role in the game. That's why I was always surprised when Manalogs made his video about failed game mechanics, and he included -1/-1 counters. I like -1/-1 counters. So he's got Wither, and damage can't be prevented, and this is why he has Wither. Junction. This is 8's ability word. As long as there are 8 or more counters among permanent standard players, Squall has Double Strike. So that's pretty good. I think this is a nice balanced card. And yeah, so the -1/-1 counters help to get Junction going. See, I paid attention to Manalog's video and how -1/-1 counters just weren't an efficient way of dealing with threats. So I thought about ways of paying off having these counters on the field. And this is what I cooked up. And then Ultimecia also deals heavily in -1/-1 counters. I think the -1 counters are pretty flavorful because in FF8, I don't know if you ever played it, but Meltdown, like one of the most overpowered spells ever, inflicts enemies with Vite 0, where their defenses are just shut down and anything will absolutely destroy them. So this is in Squall's case, it's kind of evocative of that. Ultimecia, it's more evocative of her time compression and her like eroding reality. Which, like that first ability right there, if a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. That plays into how the final boss plays out. And then tap and discard a card to put X -1/-1 counters on target creature, where X is the discarded card's mana value. That's kind of like time compression, but that's also kind of like her Apocalypse spell, where she sets everyone's life to 1. Is that Apocalypse? I don't remember which is what. But anyway, now I've got Final Fantasy IX. I actually forgot to make a white card for this, but I kind of called it. Kind of. Jidan winds up being red-white in the official set, but Dagger is white-green, and that's what I wanted for Final Fantasy IX. Again, this was one of the tougher ones to hash out. White-green was one of the last color pairs I decided on, and Final Fantasy IX, like, that was really tough. It just had to kind of pick from the leftovers. So it took some mental gymnastics, but I managed to angle it to where I think white-green is a good fit for FF9. So here's something interesting. So 3 for 3. It's Trample, and then he has Trance, where when this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. If you control a creature with total size 9 or greater, create 2 treasure tokens instead. That term, size, maybe not all Magic players know about that, but it is a word that has been codified in Magic the Gathering. It only shows up in the Brothers' War on cards with prototype. It refers to their stat line as size. So you can see it in the reminder text here. Size refers to power and toughness. So total size 9 or greater would be if the power and toughness add up to 9. If it's a 4-5 or a 3-6 or a 7-2, that's total size 9 or greater. So I decided to kind of bring that back in order to try and cut down on the text, although I did have to cook up some reminder text for good measure. So yeah, in a big way, FF9 is about taking smaller, weaker creatures and pumping them up, which White Green doesn't have any problem with. They love their +1/+1 counters and their auras and all that kind of thing. So should be able to pull that off, no problem. Kuja's thing, he's another 3/3 for 3 because, you know, they're brothers. Spoilers. Whenever a creature you control enters scry 1, then if you control a creature with total size 9 or greater, draw a card. That's pretty spicy. That's a nice little value engine that gives you more card draw and better card draw. Titus. So now we're in Final Fantasy X, and this was a pretty easy color pair to figure out. White, blue, white obviously representing, you know, all the various religious zealots and theocratic overlords and stuff, and their desire for perpetuity and continuity. And then blue representing... It's actually very similar to Final Fantasy III, where now blue, once again, representing change, impermanence, revolution, evolution, that kind of thing. And so, I feel like I was also able to match these two up in a really nice way, where white and blue, they do a lot of enchantments. And Final Fantasy X also kind of does a lot of enchantments. Enchantment creatures, specifically. That's kind of what all the fiends are. That's what the Aeons are. They are these, like, really mystical, spiritual beings. So there's lots of enchantments, lots of enchantment creatures, and lots of enchantment payoffs. So 3/3 for 4. He's a legendary enchantment creature, Illusion. Is, you know, spoilers, but Titus is actually an Aeon. That's kind of what Aeons are. They are a dream made real through the faith and the summoner working together. When he deals combat damage to a player, tap that... let me try that again. When Titus deals combat damage to a creature, tap that creature and put a stun counter on it. Yeah. And he actually has an effect like that in the official set. I'm going to need to pull that up again. Should be easy to find. Yeah. When he attacks, tap target creature. So he's got something like that. This is a little different. And then he's got... Then he's got this effect, which is really big. When he deals combat damage to a player, untap all enchantment creatures you control. That's strong. That's strong. That's why he costs 4. But here... Oh. We've got Sin. He's just all blue this time. He's the legendary enchantment creature Leviathan. He's based really heavily on Lord of Extinction. When I see Lord of Extinction, I just see Sin. Those two seem very similar to me, but this is like a blue version. So power and toughness equal to the number of cards in all graveyards. So he's really going to love any kind of mill you can cook up. In fact, this guy would probably do A-OK in an FF3 deck with all the milling going on there. Exile 10 cards from your graveyard and you may cast Sin, Armor of Yevon from your graveyard this turn. I think that's fair. Alright. I also came up with the Moonflow to kind of show a special... showcase a special token type that I came up with. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a colorless Pyrefly token. So it's an enchantment, and it has the following ability. You can tap and sack it to add white or blue. Spend this mana only to cast enchantment spells. So not only does it make enchantment spells easier to cast, but it itself is an enchantment. And it all contributes to this, the Overdrive ability. So this ability word describes anything that comes online when there are 10 or more enchantments on the field. Doesn't matter which side they're on. Just 10 enchantments total. So your opponent's enchantments count. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, return that to a creature. Turn that creature to its owner's hand. If there are 10 or more enchantments on the field, put that creature on top of its owner's library instead. So that's pretty nasty. That's pretty punishing. And I think this is a pretty fair, pretty balanced card. So that's the end of the 10 typical color pair archetypes. But I also wanted to throw in a little something based on the other Final Fantasy games, even if latter-day Final Fantasy isn't really something I'm entirely familiar with. So, sorry if I'm a little biased. We all have our biases. Wizards, they want to just make cards based on the best sellers, so they've got tons of Final Fantasy 14 cards. Well, guess what? I only have one card based on Final Fantasy 14 because I ain't played it. I don't care. So for Final Fantasy 14, I have Free Company because that's I think that's their word for like super groups. If you played City of Heroes, super groups are like the big permanent alliances of characters. So these little snippets of other latter day FF games, they're kind of part of a cycle of 3 color like shard coded cards. So, Free Company and Allied Regiment representing FF11, I kind of lump them together to represent Bant. They both... they're the only creature cards that have the army creature type in their type line. They're not tokens like most armies are. But then they also have Changeling, and Changelings by definition are also armies anyway. I thought it was appropriate to give them Changeling just to represent the idea that they are alliances of many different races. And then they have their own unique abilities that refer to, their numbers. So Allied Regiment, it's a 0/6 for 3. Changeling. As long as you control creatures with total toughness 11 or greater. Each creature you control has vigilance and assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. That's classic Bant right there. That's some real Arcades Master Strategist type stuff. And then Free Company, it's a 1/4. And as long as there are 14 or more creatures on the battlefield, doesn't matter what side they're on, it's a lot like FF10. Just as long as there are 14 or more. It gets plus 13 plus 10, has trample and indestructible, and must be blocked by each creature if able. So this is a way to kind of thin out enemy forces. It's designed to force blockers and then destroy them en masse. So when there aren't a lot of blockers, it's whatever. It's no big deal. Or this is the other thing you could do, and Bant is pretty good at this. You could just crank out tons of tokens so that you can get this online before your enemies can mount a defense, and then take full advantage of how powerful Free Company can really be. We've got 2 FF12 cards. I hate this game. But Judge Gabranth and Ash are both really cool. So, Gabranth, he's a 3/4 for 5. He has haste, first strike, and vigilance, though. And this is the one thing that these 2 cards have in common. They have quickening. So as long as you control creatures with total power 12 or more. Gabranth has double strike, trample, and indestructible. So he's just a big keyword stew, which I like. I'm a big fan of keywords. I like the unique rock paper scissors game that Wizards has invented. And then Ash is a 2/4 for 3 with lifelink and Menaces. Menaces? Menace. And when Quickening is online, your life total can't change. Kind of representing how originally she's just out for vengeance and out to restore her empire, but then later she would rather have peace. And unfortunately, this is where I kind of had to stop. I wasn't able to finish, but I was able to cook up one FF13 card in the form of Lightning Public Enemy. It's a bit of a double entendre there, where people like in game, she's kind of a menace. Like I haven't actually played FF13, but I kind of have the gist of the story, where she becomes like she kind of becomes the enemy of the nation, but also people don't like Final Fantasy 13, so she's got a 3/3 with flash and haste. And she's got this ability called Crystarium, where as long as you have 13 or less life, she has Menace and Death Touch. So more keyword stuff going on. I'm sorry if these cards aren't really that sophisticated or like thematically rich, but they are based on games that I know significantly less about. Let's see if I can cook up some more cards real quick. This is why I got my phone with me right now, because I meant to make more. So I can just cook these up real quick, like, because I want to make Cocoon. This is the one land I got going on. Legendary land. There we go. Sorry. Legendary. Legendary artifact. It's not letting me do both. Whoops. Unless there's an option that is just both. Legendary artifact land. There we go. Because it's like this weird space station type thing. You can tap it to add colorless. What do I have written in here? And then we'll make the Crystarium ability this. Whoops. As long as you have 13 or less life, Cocoon has ever a creature you control dies, scry 1. There. That's kind of what I got going on. What's going on with this border, though? Make it an artifact land. There you go. Legendary artifact land. And I'll worry about the art later. You know, whatever. I also wanted to make some FF15 cards. So, what did I have written for Noctis? Noctis, Lucis, Kylum. And, okay, this is what I got for him. An aura you control. AVR. Put it into your hand instead. And then we got this effect. Attach target equipment you control. To this creature. Spell that right, please. And then here's this keyword ability. Armiger. So I gotta come up with something that uses the number 15, right? Wait, I thought I italicized that. As long as you control 15 or more permanents. This is getting a little wordy. Let's see. What can I do to make Noctis Lucis Column just unbelievably epic? Sure has lifelink, vigilance, and death touch. Let's make it a 1/5. And then do him like this. And then he's a legendary creature. Human. Noble. That's not epic enough, though. He needs to have more. He needs a buff of some sort. Well, what should it be? What should his new stat line be? I'll just make it +4 +0. That's plenty strong. Alright, that'll do. And then I've got another one based on Lunafreya. Give her the same color identity. And the same stat line. Because whatever. Same type line. I forgot to make these like rare or whatever. Whatever, I don't care. I have her written down as having like a life drain effect. Permanent enters under your control. Each opponent loses one life and you gain one life. Now, is that too powerful for Esper? Now, Armiger. Hold on. As long as you control 15 or more permanents, you can't lose the game. You can't lose the game, and your opponents can't win the game. Alrighty then. That might be a little too strong, so I'll crank that up to 4. Mana value 4. Lunafreya the Oracle. Then 16. I know very little about this game, so I did the best I could with just the basic surface knowledge that I had. In fact, I'm pretty sure when I was first cooking this up, I don't even remember if FF16 was even around. Legendary creature, elemental beast. Now what I have written down for him. He was gonna have haste and trample. And whenever this creature attacks, each player sacrifices a creature. And then here's his ability, keyword, icon. I don't know. I just made it up on the spot. Because I would really like to know more about this. As long as there are 16 or more cards in your graveyard. No, cards in graveyards. All graveyards. This creature has death touch, and damage can't be prevented. There we go. And let's just give him like a big epic stat line. And then 3, and then black, red, green. Bam. And then we'll have Phoenix, Fire of Creation. And it'll it'll be a legendary creature elemental bird. And what I have written down for him, flying, whoops, vigilance, vigilance is supposed to be capitalized. And then here's going to be his keyword ability thing. You may cast creature from your graveyard if there are 16 or more cards in graveyards. Oh, hold on. Should it be when or if? And should it be creature spell, or creature card? If you cast it this way, if there are 16 or more cards in graveyards, as the spell resolves, because you don't want it counting itself. Each opponent loses 6 life. I don't know. That's not very Fire of Creation of him. It should be a life gain. You gain 6 life. There you go. And then it's another big boy. I'll give him like 3, and then red, white, and green. I don't really remember the order, but I guess it figures it out on its own. I don't know. Is that too strong? Just being able to cast it from the spell, like from your graveyard like that. I feel like maybe it should be more expensive to make up for it. Whatever. And just for fun, I had some other cards that I was dreaming up that aren't associated with specific games. So Ultima will be white and blue and red. Like, I wanted to make a cycle of wedge colored cards. So this would be sorcery. Huh? Huh. Actually, hold on. Before I cook this up, let me look up another card to help me design this one. I think I might have an idea. Hmm. Repeat the second mode. This is gonna be a little janky. So what do modal cards look like again? Let me choose. Hold on a second. Whoa. Whoa, don't do... No. No. Why are you trying to open up my email? This is not... No. No! I said no! Man. So ornery. It's a good thing I don't have my screen pulled up right now. Let me look up Cryptic Command. I don't know how to do bulletins, though. Or bullet points, I should say. So I guess I'll just do it like this. One deals 3 damage to target creature, and you gain 3 life. There you go. There's your Ultima. I was looking at my notes and they didn't make any sense to me. Because it's been a long time since I wrote these notes. And they're just like quick little summaries of ideas that I had. Now the Behemoth is blue, green, and red. Yeah, just as soon as it figures it out. It's a beast. Simple enough. And it's got haste, flash, and trample. And it's a 4/5, very simple. Now here was my idea for Ultimate Weapon, right? So I was very disappointed in how they did Ultimate Weapon. Let's look at how they did it. ultimate weapon. Yeah, very dumb. Just cost 7, equip 7, gives you +7/+7. Equipped creature attacks, destroy target creature. Like, it doesn't play at all into how ultimate weapon works, where it deals damage equal to how much health you have. So this is going to be one where it's white, green, and black. And then it's a legendary artifact equipment. And it's gonna give a equipped creature +X +0, where X is equal to your life total. And then what should the equip cost be, huh? What should the equip cost be? I think the really brainless way to design it is just make it the same, make it the same cost that you paid to like put it out. So white, black, green. There you go. That's very simple, but whatever. Now, doesn't that seem way more enticing than the dumb whatever it was that they had cooked up before? What was the big dumb thing that they made? Yeah, pay 6, equip 5, just so that you change the base power and toughness to your life total. Now, I think my version is way better. Way better. Way better than both Ultimate Weapon and whatever this is called, like Pizza and Hot Dog, whatever it was called, Aider and Pre-Win. Yeah, very catchy name. Oh no, I misremembered Ultima. I had this wrong. I'm gonna redesign this. I wasn't happy with this. There, that's what it was. I misread. Exile target creature is controller. Ultimate deals 5 damage to its controller. Player discards 2 cards. There you go. That's way better. Because I remembered I wanted Mega Elixir. That's spelled wrong. To be white, red, white, and blue. My phone turned off for some reason. And it scrolled all the way up to the top of the list for some reason. So you gain 5 life. Draw 5 cards. Wait, how would you actually write this? There. then exile Mega Elixir. That's pretty strong, though. I don't know. Should I crank it up? Make it 5. Yeah, there you go. We'll make it 5. Oh, what did I do here? I messed up. Okay, this is gonna be ribbon. It's gonna be blue and black and green, and it's gonna be an equipment. Equipped creature has hexproof. And as long as ribbon isn't attached to a creature, you have hexproof. Now, how's that grab you? And we'll do black, green, and blue to unattach ribbon. And then what should the equip be? Just the same thing again? I mean, I'm not really thinking about too much. They are black, green, and blue. Again. Now, I did have an idea. I had lots of ideas, actually, for more cards. But this stream is actually kind of starting to run long. Like, way longer than expected. So, this is going to have a part 2. I figure next time I stream, I'll do more of these cards. But, you know, it's coming up on 6. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. That's pretty long for me. So, instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch over to the new One Piece chapter. And I did not mean to close that. Or not really close it, minimize it. I think if I closed OBS, my goose would just be cooked. So let's just go ahead and switch over to One Piece. Let me change the text, the texty text. And that'll close out this stream. I can't tell if I've been spoiled on this. I've seen thumbnails that people have cooked up, so I might have a bit of an inkling on how this chapter is going to close out, but let's see what we got. So everybody's freaking out. Who is that? The Pirate King's left hand emerges from nowhere to completely dismember this guy's left hand. Wait, do these guys not know who Scoper Gibbon is? I thought they ran into him before. Huh. Yeah, why did that work? What did he do? I'm rusty. Oda says, I rented a garden and threw a party with the anime staff. It's a warm, cozy space. Scoper Gibbon striking an epic stance. That is an excellent That's an excellent panel. Axe fighting is so underrated. I think axes are super cool. Briar Barrier. Okay. Ugh. Mountain Eater. Why are you in Elbaf? Nothing wrong with a serious talk, right? Huh? You met him at the castle? Yeah, Luffy and Zoro were totally overwhelmed by him. He's the father of Colin, the kid we met at the school. That old guy? Unless I misheard, he said he's Scoper Gaban. He's equal to... Hold on. Ooh. Hold on. Like, whoa. Big whoa. Is this translation accurate? Because, like, hold on a second. I didn't hear nothing about this. This is like, what? Equal to Rayleigh. Let me repeat that one more time. Equal to Rayleigh. Excuse me? This is my first time hearing that. Equal to Rayleigh. So this guy, he's named after Copper, but he is no third placer. He is equal to Rayleigh. And I absolutely take that to mean that he's not just equal in rank, he is equal in ability. When Rayleigh is so over, he is like over. He's over the top. Yo, hold on a second. Gaban getting gassed up even more than he was already gassed up. What is up here? That sort of person is in the land of giants? The attacks are really having an impact. How come? Wait, where's Chopper right now? I can't budge, but I can use my powers to assist you. Stop it, Robin. His Iron Thorns are a terrible matchup for your hand-to-hand combat style. Thorn Rush. And Hell of the Crimson Lotus. Man, this dude is cooking with his attack names. There isn't even a square inch for you to stand on. Man, this guy is like... This guy is like Miss Doublefinger's powers times a million. I'm in a hurry, you know. Come. Futen Raku. This may be a play on words of Eten Raku, referring to a music composition for Japanese nobles. Okay. So he has this ability to shut down regeneration, but there's about 0% chance that he just totally, literally and figuratively axed St. Summers. Whoops, that was close. Wait up, Colin. Huh? He took him out. Chopper, where are you going? Ouch, it hurts. How was he able to cut someone who's immortal? This could be critical info... Hold on a second. First off, I'm taken aback by the revelation that Chopper is actually doing something. Second, I am elated by the fact that one of the Straw Hats, they're not just gonna let this slide. Chopper's like, whoa. We're not just gonna act like the thing that just happened didn't just happen. You cut this guy who can regenerate from anything. You gotta spill the tea on how you did that, cause these guys are endgame. These are the guys we're gonna be up against from now on, until the end of the manga. You gotta tell us how to do this, cause these guys are not fair. They just seem patently unfair, and you found a way to just no-diff them. You gotta spill the beans, man. What's going on here? You ain't gonna speed run St. Summers and then just dip. You gotta tell us what's up. Okay, so Killingham is like, alright, well done. This should be good. I understand you did all this. That's enough. I can't tell if that's a spelling error or if Killingham is supposed to have some sort of speech impediment. As for over there, I'll deal with that. Ah. Wahaha. Now it's really burning. The library. It's not your fault, Chief Ja Rule. The words of our ancestors are... History itself is... This is killing him. Ignition is complete. Withdraw, child. Is it so hard to show a little joy? I'm sorry. I'm super sorry for being alive. Jeez, that is heavy. It's all my fault that everything is burning. Stop it, Ranja. I'm sorry. That's not true, Ranja. Culture, history, children, even military might. You lot have no right to take that away. The Pirate King's crew? You do know resisting means the hostages will die, right? Hey, it's Yasan. Colin, Yasan is here, huh? He's come to rescue us. Don't give it away. Colin. Dad. That's my dad, everybody. My dad is stronger than everyone else's. He'll save everybody. Hooray. And then, oh boy. Yeah. What the... What is going on? Is Guko using her arrow to, like, change the trajectory of the axe? To, like, make it hit Colin instead? Get off me. Off you? If you insist. Challenging me means only one thing. This is my last chance. If I act now, the fires can be put out. The kids can be rescued and Elbaf will be saved. It'll have to be done in an instant. Colin, just give me 1 second. Hold on. You're a strong kid. Got it, Dad. Just bear with the wounds for now. I'll save you. I'm a warrior. Please defeat her. A life taken cannot be returned. Colin. He's our child, Yasan. He's such a big cutie. Thank you for giving him life, Ripley. This is a treasure of a lifetime. Aw, man. Colin, please be okay. If I can't stop her here, this tragedy will worsen. Aw, man. Scoper gets all the best panels, all the best, like... Oda is really giving it his all to make Geban just look the absolute coolest. Like, this dude has been kicking back for a long time. We knew he had something, but, like, I don't think we were ready for this. He's got the future vision. Yeah, I can take it. Colin. Please stop. I give up. Whoa. Okay. Swoosh. I'm sorry, Elbaf. Such a weak being. I'm sorry, Colin. It must have been real bad. Sorry. Huh? Dad? Daddy. 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 Yasan. Daddy. There? Father. What is this memory? Hold on a second. Yo-ho-ho. You see, my dream is to be a pirate. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to unpack this, and I don't know if I can, because this is some crazy stuff going on here. Hold on. What? That's Brooke. That's what I assume is Gunko? They were hanging out together? Huh? How long ago was this? They really do look alike. They really do look alike. We've got to think of an escape plan. Oh, my apologies. Brooke? Is that you, Brooke? What is with all of this commotion? Crate Emu. The Holy Land is currently in a sea of flames. What is with this person? Her face got all scary. Thou seems to require additional military force. Mu will show thee the dominion of God. God's at wow. So yeah, this is kind of what I was spoiled on. So apparently Imu can possess this person. It must be another part of their power to like make these Faustian bargains with people. I'll give you this awesome power, but your life belongs to me. So, And just real quick, I want to like go back and look at her eyes. This is zooming in on her left eye, which looks normal. And then she's got a crazy looking right eye. This seems like a person who was not a world noble before. This seems like someone who used to be normal and then they got jacked up in like a big way where they've been turned into something horrible. That chapter was actually really good. I am very much satisfied with this chapter. I'm gonna be honest, Elbaf has been kind of lukewarm on me up till now. Chapters feel kind of slow and kind of empty and kind of predictable. But this one has been really, really sick with good art and good action and like some surprises and interesting stuff going on. I'm not happy that we aren't getting answers right away about how Gibbon is able to shut down this regeneration stuff. I really want to learn more about that, but it is good to know that Chopper is interested in getting that big question answered as soon as possible. So that's a good sign that we will get answers relatively soon. We'll probably at least get them sometime in the course of this arc. But I think now we're finally about to see the real big bad of this arc, because I kind of knew, I think a lot of people knew that it wasn't gonna be just these guys. Like they just don't have like final boss energy at all. These guys seem like chumps that are able to get by on the one little gimmick that they have, where they can recover from any injury. Like, without that, these guys get kind of jacked up. But because of that, they're, like, super scary. But now we're learning that there is a way to shut it down. And now I think the action is finally escalating to its final stage. Because, like, this is Imu. This is, like, the final boss. This is the final boss that, like, the world government puts forward. Say what you want about who the final boss among pirates is going to be, whether it's going to be Shanks or Blackbeard or whatever. But Imu seems like absolute tops in terms of threats that the world government / Marines have. Unless maybe there's going to be a Naruto versus Sasuke style like rival battle where Kobe squares up when he's reached like his ultimate level and he's ready to try and take Luffy in. But yeah, is her hair growing longer, by the way? I just kind of noticed that within the last minute. There's some extra stuff going on with her design now, because she had super short hair before. You see it right here. So yeah, and it looks like there's not going to be a break. Oops. As far as I can tell, anyway. So we should be back Sunday. We'll finally be back to our normal day at our normal time, June 1st. That's the plan for right now. As always, things are subject to change. You never know what's going to happen. But until then, if you could leave a like on this video, that'd be appreciated. Subscription even more so. And leave your comments. Tell me what you thought about what's going on with Daily Dose or Adi Shankar. What do you thought about his anime? We covered a lot of grounds. You could tell me what you think about the Final Fantasy sets, or what you thought about my own fan-made FF set. It's got it needs some work, but I think it's coming along pretty nicely, and I'm looking forward to working on that more and showcasing more of my work in the next stream. You can tell me what you thought about the new One Piece chapter. I thought it was genuinely hype. This is the best one in a long time, and it's good to see that that Elbaf is finally picking up. And as always, all your support is really appreciated, because every like, every subscription, every view, every comment, it all helps push us on to doing bigger and better things. I've got more ideas for videos. I've got more custom Magic cards that I want to cook up. I've been meaning to do a painting stream at some point. I've just been putting it off and off and off. And I really want to update the presentation of the channel, and I want to whip out some new hardware, some new software. And with that, hopefully get more gaming content going, because it's been a really long time since the last time we played a game on this channel. I was really planning on doing a lot more, but my DirectX installation is just shot, so we'll see. Hopefully I'll have more time to focus on that now that my work schedule is changing. So for now, just look forward to the next stream. Like I said, should be June 1st at 1 Eastern Standard Time. If there are any changes or cancellations, the best way to stay up to date is to just check out all my little socials right here. Facebook, Insta, Discord, Twitter, especially Twitter. Twitter, to me, is just the most intuitive, the easiest to interact with. I think most of my followers on Facebook, I would like it if they migrated over to Twitter. Just, I don't know, it's got a few more hoops you got to jump through. And Insta's kind of janky. Discord, I constantly forget to post on Discord. I'm trying to get better about all that stuff. But for now, if you had to pick one of these 4 socials to stay in touch with, to keep up with my schedule, Twitter's really the one to go with. But that's gonna do it for the stream. So y'all have a good night, and catch you later.